Judiciary Committee will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare recesses of the committee at any time. We welcome everyone to this morning's hearing on preventing gun violence, a call to action. I will now recognize myself for an opening statement. The epidemic of gun violence in this country is a national crisis and an international embarrassment. Last year, in 2017, nearly 40,000 Americans lost their lives because of guns. In fact, every day in America, on average, 34 people are murdered with a firearm, and more than 183 people are injured in an attack. But while no other country in the industrialized world would tolerate such statistics, in fact, gun deaths in most of those countries barely crack triple digits annually. In the United States, it is accepted as a grim reality. By comparison, in 2011, for example, the United Kingdom had 146 deaths due to gun violence. Denmark, 71. Portugal, 142. Japan, 30. But last year in the United States, almost 40,000. A 2016 study in the American Journal of Medicine found that compared to 22 other high-income countries, the gun-related murder rate in the United States was 25 times higher. The common factor in all of these other countries is that they have stronger gun laws. Our country, however, is awash in guns, and we have the shameful death toll to show for it. Despite the obvious need to address the scourge of gun violence, Congress for too long has done virtually nothing. But now we begin a new chapter. Today we will hear from a broad array of witnesses representing diverse perspectives on the issue of gun violence. They will help educate us on the scope of the problem, and they will inform our consideration of various legislative options so that we may at last take real action to address this crisis. As we conduct this hearing today, we are reminded that 1 year ago next week, 17 students and staff were shot to death, and 17 others were injured at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida. We have with us Fred Guttenberg, who is the father of one of the students who were killed at Parkland High School, and I think we have some others from Parkland with us today, too. This horrible incident was just one in an ever-increasing series of mass shootings that have shocked the nation in recent years. But mass shootings are just one way in which the problem of gun violence is manifested in our nation. Every day, guns are used in suicides, domestic violence incidents, gang violence, and in so many other tragedies. Gun violence impacts all of our communities, rural, urban, and suburban, and no place is immune from its reach, including our homes, our streets, our schools, even our places of worship. Clearly, we must change our approach to combating gun violence. As challenging as this problem is, however, we do have the ability to address it and to make our citizens safer. What we have lacked in recent years is the political will. We should remember that the Second Amendment does not prevent the government from enacting legislation to prevent gun violence. Even Justice Scalia acknowledged in his 2008 opinion in District of Columbia versus Heller, an opinion that upheld an individual's right to possess a firearm. In his opinion for the court, he wrote, quote, "Like most rights, the right secured by the Second Amendment is not unlimited," unquote. While Congress has done almost nothing in recent years to address gun violence, citizens across the country have been organizing and demanding action. As a result, several states have strengthened their gun laws. I'm disappointed that in his lengthy State of the Union address last night, President Trump did not see fit even to mention the need to protect our citizens against gun violence. But it is evident from the energy in the crowd in this room, as well as the millions of people across the country fighting for sensible gun safety laws, that the public is demanding national legislation too. I'm particularly heartened by the mobilization of so many students and young people from diverse backgrounds and from every part of our nation who are now at the forefront of this effort. They join mothers and fathers in calling on us to do more to create a future in which children do not fear being shot in school or on the streets. We have also seen many in our medical community adding their voices to the movement, shocked at how often they must treat gunshot victims, devastated by the need to console the families of those who lost their lives to gun violence, and stunned by Congress' failure to address this problem. It is now time for Congress to begin answering these demands, and that is why we are holding this hearing today. We have a large panel of witnesses, and we wish we could have included even more people who wanted to testify, including current members of Congress who have worked very hard on this issue in recent years. Today, however, is just the beginning of our discussion of these issues, and I hope to hear from many other people as the committee continues its work on this important topic. I want to note that we have with us in the audience today several survivors of gun violence, as well as family members of those whose lives were lost to gun violence. I've already mentioned one such person. We thank you all for your courage and for attending today. Congressman Mike Thompson, Chairman of the House Gun Violence Prevention Task Force, is here as well. He has worked tirelessly to bring attention to this issue and is the author of H.R. 8, the Bipartisan Background Check Act, which now has 229 co-sponsors, an absolute majority of the House. For too long, Congress has ignored the epidemic of gun violence that plagues this country. After a particularly heinous mass shooting, we sometimes pause to offer a moment of silence to honor the victims. But we do not need another moment of silence. We do not need more thoughts and prayers. We need a moment of action. Today's hearing is the first step towards that goal. I look forward to hearing from all of our witnesses, and I now recognize the distinguished ranking member of the full committee, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Collins, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for all who have attended today and for holding this hearing on gun violence in America. Any form of violence, with or without the use of a firearm, is a reason for concern, and it is our job to offer real solutions for families affected by criminal violence. It's good and right to reflect on the victims and their stories. What do their experiences have in common, and how can lawmakers respond to the factors fueling violent crime? America has witnessed too many events of mass violence in recent years, yet the common factors here aren't related to background checks for private sales. Thomas Reed, a former Speaker of this House, said, "One of the greatest delusions in the world is the hope that the evils of this world are to be cured by legislation." I'll take it a step further. Today, I think the greatest cruelty in the world is to tell people you will help them in their situation with legislation and then try to pass off legislation that would do nothing to fix the problems that you claim to fix. In legal terms, that's called fraud. When we understand what is going on, evidence is shown, and it was mentioned earlier. I appreciate the efforts of those who want H.R. 8 and many who have signed on. But similar gun control measures would not have prevented Columbine, San Bernardino, Charleston, or other tragedies. It actually indicates our problem today is that we're too far unmoved by the realities of violence, victimization, and murder. We're far too comfortable offering bills that constrain law-abiding citizens without protecting them from the people who mean them great harm. We're far too comfortable talking about tragedy without learning its clearest lesson. If we want to combat mass violence, we have to address the human factors actually driving it. This means acknowledging attempts to criminalize the Second Amendment do nothing to address these complex factors that turn our attention to solutions that would. One of my first acts in Congress was to ask President Obama why federal firearm prosecutions fell 35% under his administration while widespread violence continued to infect American communities. Chicago, for example, prosecuted only 25 federal firearm crimes in 2011 and then saw 506 murders in 2012. It seems clear that if we're going to be in the business of writing new laws to prevent violence, we should at minimum commit to enforcing the laws we already have. Next door to Washington, Maryland illustrates how miserably gun control fails to prevent violence. Maryland requires universal background checks, bans assault weapons, restricts magazine capacity, and permits to purchase handguns, which then must be registered with the state. All of these things that gun control advocates have asked for, but yet Baltimore consistently ranks among the top 5 cities for gun violence nationwide. Again, I implore my colleagues across the aisle to look at our cities and our schools and to respond in a meaningful way. We best honor victims of gun violence by looking at the evidence. Neither H.R. 8 nor any of the proposed gun control measures would have prevented a single mass shooting in the last 20 years. When we point the stories of tragedy without learning from them, we exploit the victims, Mr. Chairman. In 1999, Columbine destroyed families in Colorado. In the weeks before, we knew that the shooters were psychopaths and had visually given threats, but nothing was done. Law enforcement knew. They failed to intercede. Virginia Tech, another issue where the murderer had been involuntarily committed to outpatient health facilities, but that was never uploaded into NICS, and that was not done. If it had been, he would have never been able to purchase the firearm. A month prior to the Navy Yard shootings, just up the blocks from this room, the murderer filed a police report claiming he heard voices in his head. Almost a decade before the massacre, he was arrested for shooting out the tires of a man's vehicle. He was not prosecuted for the crime. A year ago this month, students in Parkland fell victim to a shooter whom law enforcement and school counselors had recommended for mental evaluation in 2016. According to CNN, law enforcement received at least 45 calls about the shooter or his family, and among the calls was an anonymous tip that specifically said he threatened to attack the school, and another call to the FBI tip line. Significant information was never forwarded to FBI's Miami field office, and law enforcement took no action. If we let these tragedies teach us, we see that we need to focus on mental health and missed opportunities. While we're careful to understand by no means are all those who suffer from mental health illness violent, we can increase public safety by improving our approaches to mental health, our compassion and care for mental health, but we also have the opportunity to help law enforcement better respond. It is my hope that we will begin to look at this problem with a larger, more honest approach. The problems of the bill H.R. 8 are numerous, and if I was here, many of you in this audience and many of the witnesses here, my question would be to the sponsors and co-sponsors, why they would give you a bill that is written and guts itself with internally in the bill and will not work. These are the things that do affect mental health and safety. These are the areas that we need to work on. These are the things that we can continue to find common ground, at the same time not offering a palliative exercise to say, here's something that will make you feel better, but not help you in the end. With that, Mr. Chairman, I do have one unanimous consent request, and that is the statement for the record by Republican Whip Steve Scalise. And I will have to also say, Mr. Chairman, I'm very concerned that Mr. Scalise, who everyone in this room knows, was very publicly involved in a shooting last year. He wanted to come, and many times this committee has offered members the ability to testify and be a part, and then, as we have done in the past, leave. Mr. Scalise was denied that opportunity. I think that is wrong. Him having to put this into the record is something that should be addressed. It goes sort of to the hearing that we're looking at right now. We're making it sound good, but in the end, for those who come looking for answers, don't find it in H.R. 8. With that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Without objection, the document will be entered into the record. I want to note for the record the presence of Congresswoman Robin Kelly of Chicago, who's been a champion of gun violence legislation. And I want to note that the reason that Mr. Scalise, we didn't have a separate panel for members is because we had too many members, not just Mr. Scalise, but Mr. Thompson, Ms. Kelly, and quite a few others
Mr. Chairman,
who would have wanted to testify. And we decided, and it's a debatable decision. We decided that rather than hear from a lot of our colleagues who will have other opportunities to address this issue in Congress, we'd rather hear from the witnesses.
and Mr. Chairman, I understand, except the uniqueness of Mr. Scalise's testimony, being denied this voice is tragic for all who attend and for who have been a part of that, especially from his perspective as a lawmaker who will be voting on and working with this issue. And just because he probably disagrees with the majority should not have been a reason to keep him
Well,
out.
he wasn't denied because he disagrees. The majority members were also, we decided we had to have a hard and fast rule today, otherwise we would have been here all day with members. But in any event, that was the decision. I look forward to hearing from, I'll now introduce today's witnesses. Our first witness is Alea Eastman, is a senior at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida. She has advocated on behalf of young people and people of color who experience gun violence. She has also testified before the U.S. Senate and has participated in a number of forums on the subject. Savannah Lindquist is a student at Old Dominion University in Norfolk, Virginia, where she studies neuroscience. Savannah serves on the North American Executive Board of Students for Liberty and has publicly advocated for gun rights. She is also active in her local church and holds a number of leadership positions in student organizations at Old Dominion University. Diane Latiker is the president and founder of Kids Off the Block. In 2003, she opened up her Chicago home to youth who felt threatened by gun violence. Diane sold her own television to purchase computers to provide the young people seeking shelter in her home educational programs. People in her neighborhood fondly referred to her as Ms. Diane. In 2011, CNN named her as a top 10 hero of the year. Dr. Joseph Sakrin is an assistant professor of surgery, associate chief of the Division of Acute Care Surgery, and director of emergency general surgery at the Johns Hopkins Hospital. Dr. Saccharin spends the majority of his time taking care of injured patients and performing both emergency and elective general surgery. Dr. Saccharin completed his undergraduate degree at George Mason University, trained as a medic and firefighter at the City of Fairfax Fire and Rescue Department, and received his medical degree from Ben-Gurion University Medical School for International Health in Beersheba, Israel. Major Sabrina Tapp Harper commands the Domestic Violence Unit of the Baltimore City Sheriff's Office. She previously served for 26 years with the Baltimore Police Department, where she attained the rank of Major. At the Baltimore Police Department, Major Tapp Harper served in a variety of roles from beat cop to commander. She holds a Bachelor of Science degree in Criminal Justice from Coppin State University and a Master of Science degree in Applied Behavioral Science from Johns Hopkins University. It's now my pleasure to recognize the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, so that she may introduce her constituent, Chief Art Acevedo.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, and to the ranking member, thank you both for this hearing, and to the witnesses. It's my pleasure and privilege to introduce the Chief of Police of the City of Houston, who began serving and was sworn in on November 30th, 2016. Chief Acevedo leads one of the major police departments of this nation, 5,200 sworn law enforcement officers, 1,200 civilian support personnel, with an annual general budget of $825 million in the fourth, soon to be the third largest city in the nation. The value of Chief Acevedo's policing is that he understands that it is police and community, police and people. He believes in good communication, that it's vital for a successful community, and I can assure you and attest to the fact that Chief Acevedo is not a desk chief. He steadily works to strengthen and encourage the bond between the community and its police department, whether or not it's a local parade, whether or not it's a barbecue, whether or not it's a civic meeting. On behalf of the Mayor, Sylvester Turner, he shows the face of policing, and although he has been a long-standing proponent of community policing, he has changed that terminology to relationships, and he believes in relational policing, which is a major part as well of the Major Chief's position. He wants to meet and come in contact with each citizen. That is one of the reasons why devastating cases are solved, because citizens talk to the chief. He is the first Hispanic to lead the HPD. Acevedo brings a unique understanding of concerns of diverse communities in the city of Houston. He is born in Cuba. He was 4 years old when he came to the United States. He grew up in California, attended college there, began his law enforcement career in the field as a field patrol officer in East Los Angeles with the California Highway Patrol. And he rose to the ranks. One of the best forms of ascending to chief is to know your men and women. And he has recently, right before Houston, was the chief of police in Austin. We're very delighted that he is now the president of the Major Cities Chiefs. He is involved with the International Association of Chiefs of Police. He is married and is a father of 3 children. I am very pleased to say that even as we have suffered tragedies and shootings in our community, Chief Acevedo, who's been a stand-up chief and confronted these issues and said to the community that we're with you. I do want to offer to him again, to the officers that were shot last week, a wish for a speedy recovery. Having visited them this past weekend, that is our collective wish of this committee. Mr. Chairman, I conclude by welcoming Chief Acevedo and acknowledging one of his extended constituents. Ms. Rhonda Hart is here, and she is the mother of, sadly, a young lady, her very special daughter, who was shot and killed in the Santa Fe shooting in Houston, Texas. Chief Acevedo rushed to that scene. Even though it was outside the jurisdiction of Houston, he rushed to be of help. That's the kind of chief Chief Acevedo is. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. I thank the gentlelady. I'll continue with our last couple of introductions. Dr. Joyce Lee Malcolm is the Patrick Henry Professor of Constitutional Law and the Second Amendment at George Mason University's Antonin Scalia Law School, I assume. Dr. Malcolm holds a bachelor's degree from Barnard College, in my district, and a Master's of Arts and Doctorate from Brandeis University. Robin Thomas is the Executive Director of the Giffords Law Center. She holds a bachelor's degree from Duke University and a Juris Doctor degree from the University of Miami School of Law. We welcome all of our distinguished witnesses and thank them for participating in today's hearing. Now, if you'd please rise, I will begin by swearing you in. And raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, under penalty of perjury, that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief? Thank you. Let the record show the witness has answered in the affirmative.
Mr. Chairman, point of parliamentary inquiry on the end.
Yes, sir.
We had a conversation on the floor last week, and I just noted you left out, so help me God.
Sorry. Do you want me to repeat the whole? I will repeat
I'd
the whole
love that.
process.
Thank you.
Please stand up again. Let me repeat this oath. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief? So help you God. Thank you. Let the record show the witness has answered in the affirmative. Thank you, and please be seated. Please note that each of your written statements will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, I ask that you summarize your testimony in 5 minutes. To help you stay within that time, there's a timing light on your table. When the light switches from green to yellow, you have 1 minute to conclude your testimony. When the light turns red, it signals your 5 minutes have expired. Ms. Eastman, you may begin.
Chairman Nadler, Ranking Member Collins, and other members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to be here to share my experience and perspectives on gun violence in America. My name is Alea Eastman, a senior at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida. While it is an honor to be here before you today, I am only here because of horrific events that have compelled me to be here. Next Thursday marks 1 year from the day that 17 of my fellow classmates and educators were shot and killed, 17 more injured. Many like me were fortunate enough to walk away with our lives, but we will never be free from the terror. Some will carry visible scars, but all of us were scarred emotionally for the rest of our lives. I was in my 4th period Holocaust history class, and we were presenting our projects on hate groups. I could never have imagined my group partner, Nicholas Doret, would have saved my life in moments to come. After our presentations, we began to hear loud pops. When the gunman shot into our classroom, Nicholas Doret was in front of me. The gunman's bullets killed him and Helena Ramsey. As Nicholas fell, I matched his every movement and hid underneath his lifeless body as bullets riddled my classmates. I thought I was going to die. As I laid there, I begged God to please make it fast. When the shooter moved on to another classroom, I rolled Nicholas off of me and placed his head on his arm so it wouldn't be touching the cold ground. My classmates pulled me behind a filing cabinet where I called my mom and my dad to say what I thought would be my last goodbyes. I told them how much I loved them and my brothers. I will never forget that day, what I saw, what I did, what happened to my classmates. I will never forget Nicholas Doret, who in death protected me. He saved my life. The effect of the shooting did not end on February 14th. Days later, the stress from the shooting took such a toll on my mother's body that she experienced a miscarriage. Gun violence ends thousands of lives every year. It is an epidemic that extends well beyond high-profile shootings. My family knew this long before Parkland. 15 years ago in Brooklyn, New York, my uncle Patrick Edwards was shot in the back and killed. He was just 18 with his whole life ahead of him. I ask that you give my generation the chance he never had. Minority communities bear the heaviest burden of gun violence. We know this as a fact. Weeks ago, a new report showed that the life expectancy for African Americans has been reduced by 4 years on average because of gun violence. But this report didn't show me anything I didn't already know. Gun violence is an everyday occurrence, and the vast majority of affected communities are minority. We must stop the supply of crime guns, and we must also ensure that there is comprehensive criminal justice reform to address the structural inequalities in the system. I am here to tell you a simple truth. Gun violence is such an epidemic that anyone, anywhere, at any time can be affected, rich or poor, white or black, young or old. All Americans are at risk, and this is a side of America that none of us can or should take pride in. Since that horrific day, my classmates and I have been working tirelessly in support of sensible gun laws. I got involved with Brady Campaign's Team Enough, young people dedicated to strengthening our gun laws and engaging in communities most impacted by gun violence. I am just one of the hundreds of thousands of students that came out at the March for Our Lives demanding change. Our stories and voices must be heard on the most important issue facing our generation. We are the generation that will end gun violence. I implore you to pass legislation that will make us all safer. Today in America, anyone can go on the internet, answer an ad, or go to a gun show and buy a gun with no background check required. This makes absolutely no sense. I urge you to expand Brady background checks by voting for H.R. 8 requiring checks for virtually any gun transaction. That the original Brady law passed with strong bipartisan support, and this should too. The Protection and Lawful Commerce in Arms Act, also known as PLACA, was passed by Congress 15 years ago. No other industry has this kind of protection from lawsuits, and it is time that Congress repeal this outrageous law. Extreme risk laws allow family members and law enforcement to petition a court to temporarily remove guns from people in crisis who pose danger to themselves or others. Congress should encourage more states to pass these laws. Assault weapons and high-capacity ammunition magazines belong on the battlefield, not in our communities. My classmates and I have seen firsthand how uniquely lethal these weapons are. Congress should immediately reinstitute the assault weapons ban. Congress should also close the Charleston loophole. The shooter who killed 9 people in the South Carolina church shooting was able to buy a gun because his background check wasn't completed in 3 days. Most federal checks take just minutes. Some take longer, but law enforcement needs more time to complete those checks. I also urge you to address the concerns of our Black and brown communities who are disproportionately affected by gun violence. Rather than listen to special interests, I ask you to listen to the nation's young people and the overwhelming majority of Americans who have had enough. We have had enough of gun violence in our schools, in our movie theaters, our places of worship, in nightclubs and restaurants, on our streets, and in our communities. Enough. We have all had enough. I hope you have had enough too and use the power that the people have vested in you to do what is right. Our lives depend on you. Our lives are in your hands. Thank you.
Let's go to second one. Let me just say this now. I appreciate the passion and the energy of the people here, but I must ask that you refrain from making noise or otherwise disrupting the proceedings on either side. Our witnesses and all the members of the committee on whichever side deserve that. Thank you. Ms. Lindquist.
My name is Savannah, and I'm a 24-year-old college student. I'm also a daughter, a niece, and a friend. There is part of my identity, however, that I never expected to have. I am a sexual assault survivor. In the fall of 2016, I was living my dream. I had just begun my senior year of college. I was at my dream school with my dream major. I loved my job and was just months away from graduating college. I was so excited, especially as a first-generation college student. What started out as any normal day ended up becoming a nightmare. That night, I was sexually assaulted. I will spare you the details, but it was the worst thing that's ever happened to me. I pray that none of you ever go through what I did, but I do know that this sort of thing seems like it can never happen to you. Before I was raped, I saw sexual assault as something that only happened to other people. It's no secret that sexual violence is prevalent on college campuses, but I took as many precautions as I could, and I tucked my concerns away in the far corners of my mind. But after that night, I could no longer be naive. I had to come face to face with the harsh reality that there are terrible people in this world that do terrible things. Detectives Benson and Stabler didn't swoop in to save me that night like they do on Law & Order SVU. Instead, I was left completely shattered, replaying the events of that night over and over again. Due to the trauma, I dropped out of my dream school during my senior year and moved back home to Virginia. It was the hardest decision I've ever had to make, but I knew in my heart it was what I had to do. I shut myself away from everyone, and I spent my time hiding in my childhood bedroom. I gained 100 pounds, and my hair even began to fall out due to the stress. I am a gun owner, and I was one at the time. I even began safety training and target practice when I was 10 years old. But because of so-called common sense gun control laws, I was left defenseless that night. In theory, yes, I could have broken the law and brought my firearm to college with me anyways, but I knew that that wasn't the right thing to do. I obeyed the law as a responsible gun owner, and it ended in me being raped. I am just one of countless examples of gun control benefiting assailants and making victims, like myself, sitting ducks. I'm not telling you about my sexual assault to make you feel bad. To be clear, I do not want your sympathy. What I do want, however, is for you to at least consider stories like mine when you decide to advocate for laws that create additional physical and financial barriers to the right to self-defense. I could come up here and recite the Second Amendment, as could I recite statistics all day long. I could get up here and scream about how since 1950, 97.8% of mass shootings have occurred in gun-free zones. But in this debate, few care about the statistics. It's about emotion. But that emotion is understandable. There are things in this world worth being angry about. Acts of pure evil and gross injustices of all kinds seem to surround us, and there is no doubt that we hurt as a nation. But in the midst of our emotions, no matter how valid they are, we have to remember and come back to the facts. And the facts say this: H.R. 8 has the potential to make responsible, law-abiding gun owners suddenly criminals in emergency situations that would thankfully end up as false alarms, or when transferring a firearm to one of their beloved family members like their stepchild. And with all of this, H.R. 8 wouldn't have stopped a single mass shooting in modern history. Requiring universal background checks adds yet another financial barrier to the right to self-defense, even though it's already a pricey thing to exercise Second Amendment rights. And low-income individuals are at a higher risk of being the victim of violent crime. An analysis released by the University of Pittsburgh showed lawful gun owners commit less than a fifth of all gun crimes. And finally, 3 separate 2018 studies found zero evidence that universal background checks prevent gun death. I want to show you that there are real people with real stories where being allowed to legally have their firearm could have saved them. Gun owners are a diverse group. No, we're not all Republicans, and no, we're not all in the NRA. I am neither. I am a college student willing to bare her soul to the world if it means people think twice before enacting laws that restrict the right to a reliable means of self-defense. I once heard that when you're raped, you're split in two, but this allows you to come back twice as strong, and I couldn't agree more. I refuse to live in fear. Yes, I am a rape survivor, but the 9mm that I carry on my hip allows me to stand tall, stay strong, and confidently say never again. But more than anything, I want my never again to be a catalyst for other women's never going to happen. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Latiker.
Good morning, Chairman Natler, Ranking Member Collins, members of the Judiciary Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Diane Latiker. I'm the founding executive director of Kids Off the Block, a community-based anti-violence and social justice advocacy organization founded in 2003, located on the far south side of Chicago, known as the Roseland community in the 2nd District of Illinois, represented by the Honorable Congresswoman Robin Kelly. I want to thank Congresswoman Robin Kelly for arranging this opportunity. Kids Off the Block was started in my home to provide a safe haven from the prey of gang recruitment and gun violence that youth and young adults were facing and continue to face every day when doing ordinary things in life, such as going to school. Since founding KOB, we have engaged over 3,000 children, youth, and young adults in programs that have been largely funded out of our pockets or generous donors. And with continuous sadness across the street from my home, we have built a memorial tribute to youth killed by violence. There are almost 800 stones currently, and we are over 400 behind, and there is no outrage. The promises of lives lost in Chicago to gun violence and to families who will never recover. No matter how hard I work, more stones will be added until Congress acts. I am here today to urge Congress to pass immediately meaningful gun reform legislation that I believe will begin to minimize how legally purchased guns are used illegally. On behalf of the children, youth, and families of Kids Off the Block, we recommend the following. 1, close loopholes that allow purchases of guns without a background check and reselling of legally purchased guns to underage individuals. 2, strengthen federal penalties against gun trafficking and straw purchases. The current patchwork of state laws allows guns to flow from adjacent states with relaxed gun laws into cities and states with tight gun laws. And 3, federal background checks on all gun purchases, including ammunition and sharing of guns, and ammunition purchases through a national database. Quite simply, no matter how many people KOB or other organizations reach, we will not be able to put an end to gun violence in our country without Congress passing meaningful legislation that keeps guns out of the wrong hands. On a personal note, and to conclude my testimony, for the past 15 years, I have dedicated my life to taking the power of the gun out of the hands of Chicago's most vulnerable youth. I strive to reduce the traumatic effects of gun violence with the most powerful feeling I know, which is hope. I have accomplished this by providing a safe space in my own home to young people aged 10 to 24, opening my door to prevent hundreds of children I serve each year from being victimized by violence in an environment where the odds are already against them. Is the least I can do to show them that their community cares. That's all I ask of you, to just care. Thank you, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you. Dr. Saccharin?
Chairman Nadler, Ranking Member Collins, and other members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to be here today to share my experience and perspectives on firearm-related injury and death in America. I'm not testifying on behalf of Johns Hopkins, but rather in my role as a trauma surgeon at Johns Hopkins Hospital, a survivor of gun violence, and a board member of the Brady campaign. I was born and raised in Fairfax, Virginia, just a stone's throw away from here. As a son of immigrants, my family was living out the American dream. And in a single instant, our lives changed. A fight broke out not far from my high school, and someone pulled out a gun and shot indiscriminately. One moment, I was a carefree 17-year-old senior, and the next collateral damage as a .38 caliber bullet was ripping through my throat and tearing into my shoulder. I spent the next month in the hospital fighting for my life. Make no mistake about it, I'm here today because of the medical professionals who treated me. The second chance inspired me to become a trauma surgeon and give other people that same second chance. As a trauma surgeon, I and my colleagues are uniquely positioned to understand and address this issue. Every day, we are the ones on the front line caring for patients who suffer injuries from bullets. We are the ones trying to stop bleeding from pulverized tissue and torn flesh. We are the ones telling families that their loved ones are never coming home. We are the ones trying to deliver data-driven solutions with inadequate research funding. And we are the ones that understand all too often that the best medical treatment from this crisis is often prevention. For many years, the debate over how we prevent firearm-related injury and death was one that members of my profession were reluctant to broach. That time has come to an end. Some of us have been told that we should stay in our lane. Well, this is our lane, and doing nothing is not an option. And if we do nothing and maintain the status quo, 1 million Americans will be shot in the next decade. Let me be clear, firearm-related injury and death in America is not only a disease, it's a true public health crisis of the United States. Every day, 109 people die from gun violence, and over 240 people suffer injuries from bullet wounds. The mass shootings that we've all heard about have become too common and unfortunately capture less than 2% of the entire epidemic we face as a nation. Every day in cities like Baltimore, Philadelphia, Chicago, we have young black men that are killed, and their stories often go untold. We need to recognize this is a multifaceted health problem requiring a diverse group of stakeholders, including, but not limited to, healthcare professionals, public health leaders, survivors, manufacturers, academia, gun owners, and yes, the young people. We must develop a broad, multidisciplinary, multi-strategy system approach that is supported by good science and research. We have the best practices we can learn from. Look at motor vehicle crashes in the 20th century. We initially focused on the drivers. We then broadened that approach from who caused the crash to factors that led to death and injury. And we invested in research. We developed solutions like seatbelts and airbags and safer roads. And since then, we have seen fatalities per mile driven fall by 85%. This is the essence of the public health approach, a multi-sector, research-informed, evidence-based program and policies. So in response, we developed safer cars and roads, and we saved lives. The American College of Surgeons Firearm Strategy Team, a group of surgeon leaders who are firearm owners, recently published a statement describing firearm injury prevention solutions consistent with a public health approach, further underlying that as Americans, we have much more in common than we have that divides us, and there are ways to come together to prevent firearm-related injuries. Congressman Mike Thompson and Peter King introduced the Bipartisan Background Check Expansion Act, H.R. 8, on the anniversary of former Congresswoman Gabby Giffords' near-fatal injury. The bill expands Brady background checks to cover all private firearm sales, including those at gun shows or over the internet. Since the Brady law was implemented in 1994, it has blocked more than 3 million unlawful purchases. Other common sense solutions that decrease injury and death include firearm injury prevention research, implementation of extreme risk protection orders, education on safe storage to end family fire, investing in safe technology, expanding access to behavioral health services, and improving victim services. We have both the opportunity and the responsibility to comprehensively address gun violence as the true public health crisis that it is. This is not a Democrat versus a Republican issue. It's a uniquely American issue, and it's uniquely in each of your hands to help fix it. The America I'm fighting for is one where parents no longer have to fear the phone call that my parents received, that the Parkland parents received, and literally hundreds of others in communities across this country are receiving every single day. As a trauma surgeon, I have to look into the eyes of these parents, and it's nothing less than heartbreaking. So the medical community implores you, the time for action is now. There's no one solution to this complex health problem, which is why we must come together as a country to build consensus and support and develop a research-informed, data-driven approach so that we can help you, as our policymakers, ensure the public safety of Americans all across this great nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Major Tap Harper.
Thank you, Chairman Nadler and members of the House Judiciary Committee for inviting me here to testify today. My name is Sabrina Tab Harper, and I'm the commander of the Domestic Violence Unit of the Baltimore City Sheriff's Office in Baltimore, Maryland. I'm here today to talk about the dangers that weak gun laws pose on our community, specifically for women and families who are victims of domestic violence. The data is clear. Victims of domestic violence are at an increased risk of gun violence in this country. In the United States, women are 11 times more likely to be killed with a gun than women in comparable countries. Much of this fatal violence against women is committed by intimate partners. According to the FBI, almost half of the murders of women were committed by current or former husbands or a boyfriend, 10 times as many as by a male stranger. According to the American Journal of Public Health, the presence of a firearm in a domestic violence situation increases the risk of a homicide for a woman by 500%. These numbers miss many of the murders committed by ex-boyfriends who are seldom accurately categorized and who may account for another 300 to 400 of the 1,000 intimate partner murders each year. The Violence Policy Center found that a gun was the weapon used in over half of the murders in which the weapon was known. Dr. Jacqueline Campbell's research has shown that gun access by a batterer is the single best predictor of whether a woman would be killed by him, increasing the risk of her murder by more than 5-fold. Abusers also use guns to terrorize their victims. While commanding the Domestic Violence Unit of the Baltimore City Sheriff's Office, one petitioner directed my deputies to an assault rifle that had been buried in the ground for over 10 years and was still fully operable when recovered. The respondent in this particular case was also federally prohibited from owning firearms. Domestic abusers hide weapons in any place they can. I know of deputies directed by petitioners who have recovered hidden firearms in washing machines and air conditioning units as well. In a study of over 400 women in domestic violence shelters in California, 2/3 of the women who reported a firearm in their home said their intimate partner used a gun against them, with over 70% threatening to shoot or kill her, 5% actually shooting at her. That same study found that only 1 in 20 abused women who had access to a gun reported ever having used it in self-defense against her abuser. Another study found that among California handgun purchasers, women who had purchased guns had a 50% increased risk of homicide, all of which could be attributed to homicide by an intimate partner. Having access to a gun did not make these women safer. It is worth noting that mass shootings, those shootings involving the death of 4 or more people, disproportionately affect women. In an analysis of such shootings conducted by the research arm of Everytown for Gun Safety, in at least 54% of mass shootings, the shooter murdered or injured a current or former partner or family member, and most of these shootings took place in the homes. Background checks and laws restricting domestic abusers from owning weapons appear to be effective. Another analysis of Everytown found that states with stronger gun laws, including states that require background checks on every gun sale, reported lower rates of intimate partner gun homicides of women than states with weaker gun laws. There's also evidence that state laws to strengthen firearm prohibitions against domestic abusers reduce intimate partner homicides. Law enforcement officers in this country are most often tragically killed in traffic-related incidents and domestic-related matters. Greater love hath no man than this, that a man lay down his life for his friends. Those of us who do this important work each day need strong laws that restrict firearm access to the most dangerous, based on the best available evidence and strong enforcement of existing laws. This would include policies like closing loopholes that exempt private gun sales and gun shows from background checks, ensuring that all states have laws restricting possession and gun sales to those subject to domestic violence restraining orders and domestic violence misdemeanors, ensuring that states with such laws are removing firearms when allowed and strictly enforcing the law, and amending federal laws to include dating partners, who research indicates perpetrates a substantial portion of intimate partner homicide of women. We all have a responsibility to act on the facts supported by research data to establish legal perimeters to keep us all safe. Thank you for inviting me here today to share my views on this critically important public safety issue. I am happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Acevedo.
Good morning, Chairman Nadler, Ranking Member Collins, and distinguished members of Congress, and especially Sheila Jackson-Lee, who's not only been a champion and a lion on this issue for a long time, but is actually my Congresswoman, so I live in her district.
Chief, could I just say, is there also, because she does such an eloquent job, you ought to take her everywhere for your introduction at this point.
Thank you. I think I'll try that. And obviously, Congresswoman Garcia, who we've worked with for so many years at the state level, and Mr. Correa and others that we've worked with over the years. I speak today to all of you both as the Police Chief of Houston and President of the Major City Chiefs Association, representing the largest police departments in the nation, where gun violence truly takes its greatest toll. I'm also honored to speak for the U.S. Conference of Mayors and to attach their membership resolution, which was submitted yesterday. Mayors and chiefs have formed an unprecedented alliance with others to address gun violence in our nation. On June 8th, I had the privilege to join the U.S. Conference of Mayors in Boston, along with Mayor Sylvester Turner of Houston and the President of the U.S. Conference of Mayors, President Stephen Benjamin of Columbia, South Carolina, where they unanimously adopted our position paper on gun violence and reducing gun violence. And I'd like to introduce Laura Waxman, who's here today representing the nation's mayor. Laura, if you can wave. You know, it's important to realize that firearms policy is not a zero-sum proposition. We all urge that you let common sense guide you as you pursue the development of public policies that balance the long-adopted Second Amendment rights of our fellow Americans with the need to combat the scourge of daily gun violence throughout our nation. This gun violence is arguably one of the greatest public health epidemics facing the nation everyone in this room loves and serves. Chiefs of police and sheriffs join the victims in asking you to act now to prevent one more death and bloodshed. We implore you to consider multiple steps and measures to curb the ongoing threat of gun violence. The universal background check, expanded mental health provisions, red flag legislations are measures that we know will work. The time is now to make sure that next process with the process universal and we get rid of the gaps and loopholes that defeat the purpose of which they were intended. Next week, we've invited members of Congress, I think Mr. Thompson, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson-Lee, and others will be joining the major city chiefs and the sheriffs here in Washington to have a roundtable on this issue. And if you have not been invited, I'd like to extend that invitation to all members here today. We hope again that as this debate continues, that we realize that doing nothing is not acceptable. And while we really focus, and the media focuses, on the multitudes of the almost regular mass shootings in our country that the media covers, for every one of those, sons and daughters, our children, our family members, our police officers are being shot, killed, and maimed. And I would urge Congress to do something this term. It's our time to make a difference because our streets, our neighborhoods are truly drowning in the blood of our victims and in the tears of their loved ones. And at this moment in time, I'd like to tell the young people from Parkland, Santa Fe, and beyond, in the March for Our Lives, that the Major City Chiefs is proud to stand with you. The future belongs to you, and we are here to help you secure it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chief. Professor Malcolm.
Thank you very much for inviting me to testify here before the committee. All of us are here today with the same goal. We want to increase public safety. We want to protect the lives of the citizens of our country. The thing that divides us is how we feel that we can best achieve that aim. The Supreme Court has explained in 2 landmark cases that the framers of the Second Amendment were clear about the solution to public safety. They bequeathed to us as individuals the right to keep and bear those guns in common use for self-defense and other lawful purposes. In other words, we are to have the means to protect ourselves. And I should say about those 2 cases, one, the Heller case in Washington and the McDonald case in Chicago, that the petitioners were people who really needed to protect themselves. One of the ones in the Heller case was a woman named Shelley Parker, who lived in Washington where there was a lot of drug dealing going on. She reported this several times to the police, and the drug dealers said they knew who she was and they were going to get her. In Chicago, Otis McDonald was an African-American in his 70s. His apartment had been invaded several times, and he needed something to protect himself. So these cases were brought by people who really needed to protect themselves. Now, there's some people that argue that this right of the Second Amendment is outdated. We have police to protect us, and go on to claim that permitting law-abiding citizens to have firearms to protect themselves would make all of us less safe. Do we still need to protect ourselves? Well, first, however responsible the police are, they cannot protect all of us all of the time. And in fact, in a landmark case here in Washington, we found out that they had no responsibility to protect any individual. There was a case brought by 3 women who were assaulted in their townhouse on Capitol Hill. They called 911 repeatedly for half an hour. Nobody ever came. They sued the police in Washington, and the court dismissed their case, saying that there was a duty to provide public service to the public at large, but absent a special relationship between the police and an individual, no specific legal duty exists. In short, the police have no legal duty to protect any one of us. And I should say about the horrible Parkland massacre that the school in Parkland has now decided after a study that they are going to allow the teachers to be armed. Then on the hands of guns being valuable to protect themselves, the FBI does not record self-defense. So there have been some national surveys in an effort to try to find out how many people have actually used a gun in self-defense. And the national surveys, which vary a lot, have found between 700,000 and 3.6 million defensive uses of a gun annually. Normally, all that the person defending himself has to do is actually brandish the gun. They almost never need to use it. It's just a way of showing that they can protect themselves during an attack. Will the private transfers of weapons on the FBI instant background check prevent gun violence? No, they will not. On the other hand, tactics to make it difficult for law-abiding Americans to keep and carry weapons in common use for their self-defense is a serious infringement of their constitutional right. And rather than improving public safety, will make the public more vulnerable to those who would seek to harm them, including the battered women who are in danger, including students who are in a school where no one is protecting them. To conclude, Justice Scalia, in writing for the majority in the case of District of Columbia versus Heller, reminded us the enshrinement of constitutional rights necessarily takes certain policy choices off the table. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, point of information. Mr. Chairman, it's me. Mr. Chairman, it's just important. It's important before we go on. I'm not on important pieces of information, on declarations that are factually wrong. It's important to point them out. The Broward County School Board, the Stoneman Douglas teachers did not conclude that the response to what happened in their school is arming teachers. It's important that we get those facts straight.
There was a commission, if I could be allowed to respond. There was
Briefly,
a commission that was set up by the school, and it decided that that was the best.
That's also incorrect. We'll look forward to the exchange.
We'll
It's
deal
also
with this in the
incorrect.
question period. Thank you, Professor. Ms. Thomas.
Thank you, Chairman Nadler, Ranking Member Collins, and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify here today. My name is Robin Thomas, and I'm the Executive Director of the Giffords Law Center to Prevent Gun Violence. Giffords Law Center was formed more than 25 years ago after a mass shooting at a San Francisco law firm, and renamed for Congresswoman Gabby Giffords after joining forces in 2016 with the organization she co-founded with her husband, Captain Mark Kelly. I've been the Executive Director of the Law Center since 2006. 12 years ago, I told a committee of Congress that numerous loopholes undermine our gun laws, putting American lives at risk. Since I last testified before Congress, no significant progress has been made to close these loopholes, and more than 390,000 people have died from gun violence in our country. Some of these shootings made national headlines and shocked the nation. The massacres at a Safeway in Tucson, at Sandy Hook Elementary School, a church in Charleston, in Orlando, Las Vegas, Parkland, and Pittsburgh, just to name a few. But most American gun violence never makes the news, despite nearly 100 people dying every single day. The nominal effort made to address the reporting of records to the background check system has not done enough to stem the tide of gun violence in our country. It's still far too easy for people who want to do harm to get their hands on guns. Because federal law doesn't require a background check on every gun sale, people who shouldn't have guns are legally prohibited from accessing them, like domestic abusers, people with violent criminal records, and people prohibited for mental health reasons, can easily buy guns from unlicensed sellers with no background check and no questions asked. Even if prohibiting records are in the NICS system, people can simply bypass that system altogether. A 2013 study found that approximately 80% of all firearms acquired for criminal purposes were obtained from sources who were not required to run a background check. And 96% of inmates who were prohibited from possessing a firearm at the time they committed their crime obtained a gun this way. Congress must close this dangerous loophole. That's why I'm grateful to Congressman Mike Thompson and this committee for prioritizing H.R. 8, the Bipartisan Background Checks Act of 2019. H.R. 8 will make it harder for dangerous people to get their hands on guns and hurt themselves or others. Since 1994, background checks have stopped over 3 million gun sales or transfers to convicted felons and other prohibited individuals. This bill would expand the appropriate use of this system, ensuring that laws prohibiting these people from possessing guns are properly enforced. But while closing the loopholes in our federal background check system is a critical first step, we must also do more to cover people at a high risk from committing violence who are not currently prohibited from purchasing guns. This includes abusive dating partners, stalkers, and people convicted of hate crimes. We should also ensure families and law enforcement have the tools they need to intervene when someone demonstrates signs of a serious crisis, called Extreme Risk Protection Order laws. These laws create a legal process to temporarily remove firearms if a court finds someone poses a real risk. These laws now exist in some form in 13 states and save lives while ensuring due process. We must invest in our collective future. Congress should better regulate the gun industry and enact a gun trafficking law. It should also address gun violence in communities where its costs are felt most acutely, in urban areas where young African American and Latino men are most impacted. Well-funded violence intervention and prevention programs can successfully break cycles of violence and level the playing fields for safety in our communities. Congress should also invest financially into research in this public health and safety crisis. Federal research into gun violence has been virtually non-existent for 20 years. This must be addressed so we can learn more about this problem and how to effectively solve it. There is no constitutional impediment to passing life-saving gun laws. Since the founding of our country, gun rights have always coexisted with gun regulations, and the need to protect public safety has always gone hand in hand with Americans' right to own guns. The only thing standing in the way of saving lives is a lack of political will. All we need to strengthen our federal gun laws is a Congress with the courage to do so. I urge this Congress to find that courage, to show leadership on this life and death issue, and to act now. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for inviting us here to testify today, and I look forward to answering your questions.
I thank all of the witnesses for their testimony. We will now proceed under the 5-minute rule with questions. I will begin by recognizing myself for 5 minutes. My first question is for Dr. Saccharin. Dr. Saccharin, we have heard today, and we hear repeatedly during this extended debate, that the real problem, or one real problem, is mental health, that we ought to deal better with mental health. Now, I'm sure no one objects to dealing better with mental health problems. My question is the following. As I noted in my opening statement, gun deaths in most other countries are in this double or single digits, double or triple digits, to 300, 200, 100. In our country, it's 35 to 40,000 a year. Is there any evidence, number one, that mental health differences, that our people are 10,000 times more mentally ill on average than people in other industrialized countries, that this provides an explanation, and that dealing with mental health alone will go any distance towards solving this problem?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that question. The disparity that exists between our country and other comparable countries is dramatic, as you suggest. And even when folks factor in for the rates of mental health disease and other issues, we still exceed all those other countries by a significant proportion. So it's not that we're completely dissimilar.
Thank you. I'll ask you one other question. Firearms emergency protective orders empower family and law enforcement who recognize signs of danger to petition for a court order to temporarily remove a person's access to guns if they're likely to use them to harm themselves or others. Briefly, please, what can Congress do to ensure that every American has access to an extreme risk protection order in appropriate circumstances when someone they love is experiencing such a crisis?
Yeah, I mean, this is such an important issue because when you look at the majority of deaths from firearms, those come from suicide. 2/3. And the reality is when you look at the time that it takes from when the person decides to commit suicide till they actually make that first attempt, 50% happen within the first 10 minutes. And so being able to have,
So what can Congress do?
yeah, so being able to have
ensure-
extreme risk protection orders where you can empower family members and you can empower law enforcement to temporarily actually seize weapons so that they're not a harm to themselves or others, I think is critical.
Thank you. Ms. Thomas, the NRA and others have argued that enacting universal background checks would penalize law-abiding gun owners and prevent such transfers as a father giving a gun to his son. Yet the plain language of H.R. 8, the Bipartisan Background Checks Act, is narrowly written and clearly allows for this kind of transfer. Can you walk us briefly through H.R. 8 and how it explicitly protects these kinds of common transfers?
So basically what H.R. 8 does is it takes our existing law, which prohibits this variety of individuals that we deem to be at highest risk from purchasing firearms. Now, these individuals can buy firearms easily without a background check through an unlicensed sale. This law would mean that all transfers of firearms have to take place through a gun dealer, including a background check, so that background check would apply to all individuals. There are exceptions in the law for a number of instances, including self-defense, including loans for hunting and other lawful purposes, and also for transfers within immediate family members, grandparents, parents,
So
aunts,
within
and
immediate
uncles.
family, wouldn't be subject to this?
Excuse me?
Would not be subject to this requirement, immediate family transfer?
Exactly. There's an
Thank-
exception for immediate family members being
Thank you.
transferred.
Again, Ms. Thomas, the only federal agency with jurisdiction to regulate the gun industry has had its hands tied for decades through a combination of restrictive policy riders and a shrinking budget. Can you talk about the challenges facing the ATF in its efforts to effectively regulate the gun industry and what Congress needs to do to ensure better regulatory oversight of this agency?
Well, I think there's two main issues that you're referring to. One is the funding question and the size of ATF. The entirety of ATF is the size of the Las Vegas Police Department, so it's a rather small group of people looking to look after 55,000 gun dealers across the United States. Approximately 8% of those gun dealers were able to be even inspected last year based on the number of agents that ATF has. So better funding is an absolute necessity for federal law enforcement to be able to properly do their job. Secondarily, I think you're referring to the TART restrictions, which...
What restrictions?
The TART restrictions, which are an appropriations rider which prevent ATF from aggregating trace data and using that information to properly do their job to find the source of gun trafficking. They are also prevented from modernizing their records, which is helpful to also doing their job properly as law enforcement, as well as encouraging or forcing gun dealers to keep better track of their inventory so they can better understand the source of
We
guns.
should repeal those restrictions.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. My time has expired. And I recognize the ranking member, Mr. Collins, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was an interesting line of questions because it hit on some things that I want to discuss. And Ms. Thomas, since you're up, we'll just continue here. On your website, it says that your organization supports national firearms registration that includes name, address, other identifying information about the owner of a firearm, names of the manufacturer, importer, model, type of action, caliber, gauge. You get the picture. You also like to require renewals of registrations annually, including submitting to a background check. Is this correct? It's off your website.
One of the many policy solutions that we think would go a long way to helping reduce gun violence would be registration.
Okay, so that's a yes.
It is
I'm
one-
just
it
asking
is-
for yes or
It
no
is
here.
one of the many comprehensive laws that
Okay.
we think needs to be in place if we're going to make progress in reducing gun violence in
Okay.
America.
And your organization, as you've already stated, is a very active supporter of H.R. 8. But do you realize that H.R. 8 explicitly states that nothing in this act or any amendment made by this act shall be construed to authorize the establishment directly or indirectly of a national firearms registry? In fact, it goes out of its way to say it doesn't create a firearms registry. How do you square this position calling for a registry with a bill explicitly saying it doesn't?
That is absolutely what H.R. 8 says, and we firmly support everything included in H.R. 8. When we go to our website includes the most comprehensive source of analysis of every gun law in every state and at the federal level, both in existence and what is possible in a world where we might want to very comprehensively regulate guns, as they do in many other countries. So what's on our website refers to all of the possible policy options that this body and state governments can consider when they're looking at opportunities to to regulate guns and reduce gun violence.
I think it's really interesting because it's been reported, even under the previous Department of Justice, the Obama administration, that there's no way to actually regulate private sales. Let's talk about what we're actually talking about here. This is private sales, okay? Not when you go to a federal licensed firearm dealer. This is private sales is what is wanted to be regulated. That needs a registry because you can't keep up with it without a registry. And this goes back to my opening statement when I said, I'm not sure which is crueler, to actually tell people who come to this hearing to say we're fixing your problem and then offer something that it doesn't fix. The question here, because it guts itself inside the bill. You also mentioned red flag laws, which I share a concern here. But the interesting thing is on the red flag, H.R. 8 itself actually prohibits, like if I was this morning to get up and I've had a bad night, let's say whatever, and I just said, I don't want to live anymore, and I'm going, H.R. 8 actually would criminalize if I went across the street to my neighbor and said, I'm having a bad day, I want to make sure I don't have anything to hurt myself or my family, and give those guns to my neighbor, it actually would criminalize that. It's not in the listed exceptions, and I know there's a lot of it, but if you read the bill, it's not there. So again, I think what we've got to do is look at what is honestly being discussed here. I'm going to switch to Chief Acevedo. Chief, it's good to see you again. We had a great time in Houston. Doing something now, and you brought that up, and I think it's an issue. You know my father's in law enforcement, and I think doing something now is a commendable thing if it actually works, if it actually fits. How can you explain what we just said, going off this last conversation, can you explain how H.R. 8 can operate effectively without a firearms registry, and do you see implementation problems in this?
Well, I think that the recommendations that H.R. 8 has in there, the legislation, will not solve, will not eliminate gun violence, but it'll certainly, I don't think anyone in this panel would say that it wouldn't prevent at least one death. And the question I would have is, if that one death was your child, your mother, your father, is a little inconvenience too much to save that life? And if the answer is no, then there's nothing I can say that's going to change your mind on H.R. 8, but I believe that the legislation will save at least one life. And if it's my child who dies, I want him to know, and I want God to know, that I was here today speaking on that life.
And I think the interesting thing is how many, though, again, in a law that you passed, that you give people comfort in saying that would actually pass, can simply say the transfer was made before this without a registry? And I think this is an interesting thing to actually explore here. We're going to explore this more when I'm sure it is marked up. I'm not questioning by any means the decision or the desire to find a solution to this. This is it. I was I'm still in the military. I was in Iraq. I had the trauma surgeons in Iraq. We talked about this extensively. You know, this is not an issue, but let's also look at this holistically, because every time we want to go to fix this, we go to the population that is the legal gun owners buying or selling in the legal format. We go to BOP, the Bureau of Prisons, when they put out their statistics. Most criminals do not get their, as you well know, do not get their guns from legal sources. They don't. The question is interesting, curious, because this has come up a little bit. My time is running out, but an interesting discussion here is what would be the penalty for robbing a federally licensed firearm or dealer? What should it be and how should it be enforced? Because that's becoming more and more of an issue.
The time of the gentleman has expired. The witness may answer the question.
I believe that this has to be a two-pronged approach.
Mm-hmm.
We need to take folks that would commit gun violence, steal firearms. We need to have a zero tolerance and a real tough approach on that. The other thing that we need to look at is to have these gun dealers actually have to lock their firearms every night. One of the number one targets of gang members and other criminals is pawn shops and places and gun shops where they come in and burglarize those places. So I think there's a way to do it. And I think the other thing we need to do is to have Congress actually authorize and fund studying a comprehensive study on this matter once and for all, and let the experts come up with the policy decisions on an evidence-based, which is really interesting because you're from George Mason University, pardon me? And I'm actually in the evidence-based Hall of Fame there, so I really believe that we need to study it, we need to fund it, and lastly, we need to get ATF some help. They're a great partner, but they truly are, because of lack of funding and support of the Congress, operate with one hand behind their backs, or one arm behind their backs, and we need to give them both arms.
Thank you. The time of the gentleman has expired. Ms. Lofgren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am so pleased that we're having this hearing today. You know, we've experienced an epidemic of gun violence in this country, deaths from mass shootings, suicides, and for years, we have failed to have any attention, any hearings, any legislation to deal with this epidemic and this tragedy. So I am pleased that we now have the opportunity to begin work on this public health crisis. You know, it's our turn to set the agenda and to listen to the American people. So I appreciate all of the witnesses who are here, and especially the young people who are in the audience, who have spoken up across the country with passion and eloquence, and it's your energy that has helped us be here today. I do have a question, Ms. Thomas, about a study that was done by Everytown for Gun Safety. They reviewed an online firearms marketplace, and according to their report, they found that almost 1 in 9 prospective gun buyers from this website would not have passed a background check. And they gave one example of a customer in Georgia who was looking to buy a handgun immediately, he said within 24 hours, and a public records request showed he had multiple felony convictions, including one for child molestation. He was currently under indictment. This was someone who shouldn't have a gun. He wouldn't have passed a background check, and yet he was able to obtain it through this unlicensed seller on the internet, and that apparently is happening at a rate 7 to 1 for the users of this website. People know they can avoid the background check. What can be done to make sure that people online and looking for guns are not able to avoid a background check?
That's exactly why we need to pass H.R. 8, because the reference to private sales doesn't acknowledge that private sales now, unlicensed sellers, include online sales, include many sellers at gun shows, and include sales that are happening on the street. H.R. 8 would address this gaping loophole in our background check laws and ensure that all gun sales, including sales online, are run through a licensed gun dealer with a background check.
Thank you very much. Dr. Saccharin, in the early 1970s, Congress passed legislation spurred by a call to action surrounding a public health crisis. And shortly after Congress acted, President Richard Nixon signed the Public Health Cigarette Smoking Act, which bans cigarette ads from airing on television and radio in response to evidence highlighting the causal link between cigarette smoking and lung cancer. Now, gun violence in this country is a public health crisis that claims the lives of 100 Americans every day and injures hundreds more every day, resulting in a nation of gun violence survivors with the trauma that leaves them with. Gun violence in any form can have a lasting impact on individuals, not only emotionally, but also physically and financially. Now, do you agree that gun violence is a public health crisis in America, and how could we address the public health implications of gun violence similar as was done with smoking?
Yeah, thank you for that question. And that's such an important question, because one of the things that we haven't done when it comes to gun violence is treated it like a disease, treated it like the public health crisis that it is. And the tobacco analogy is great, but it's also, you know, you can talk about obesity and so many other things. And as clinicians, we have a responsibility to be talking to our patients about, you know, things like safe storage and other aspects. And what can we do? I think, you know, one of the biggest gaps, and we heard about this, is the lack of funding. There's been essentially a moratorium on federal funding when it comes to firearm injury prevention research. And when you talk to, you know, folks like Dr. Redfield, who's a CDC director, he will say, I'm happy to study it as long as Congress appropriates those dollars. So I think that's one thing that's so critical.
Thank you, and my time is just about up, but I would be remiss if I did not thank my colleague from California, Mike Thompson, for the years that he has spent leading our gun violence task force. He's here in the audience today, and thank you, Mike, for your hard work.
Thank you. Mr. Gomer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and we do appreciate all the witnesses being here today. And I'm thrilled there's so much interest in this issue because, as has been said, I know everybody here wants to stop the gun violence. And as a former prosecutor and defense attorney and a judge, felony judge for over a decade, I've tried to remember any case. I can't remember any significant case I had out of the thousands where somebody went through the process of getting a gun legally to inflict the violence. We all want to stop the gun violence. I haven't heard anybody talk about the breakdown of the home, the breakdown in moral teachings. Those certainly have had an effect. And I know one of the most quoted numbers that we often hear, and we've heard again today, is that background checks have stopped over 3 million people from getting guns that shouldn't. That's the initial stop. It's difficult to get through all of the data, but it appears the best estimate is somewhere over 96% of those 3 million end up being able to get guns. That's just the initial stop. And in fact, a good indication is 2010 numbers. And these are sometimes difficult to get the exact figures, but from 2010, we know there were 76,000 denials, and the Obama administration only found 44 that actually were committing a crime by trying to get a gun illegally. So we want to all get to the same place. Here in D.C., where they have incredibly strict gun laws, it costs $125 to privately transfer a gun. People that are law-abiding, they'll pay the $125. Criminals will not. They will not stop the transfers among criminals, and that's really where we get. In Baltimore, we've heard about, it's $250. Heck, in Illinois, apparently it's a $450 to get qualified to have a concealed carry. And if H.R. 8 became law, and somebody called me or anybody and said, I'm scared to death, my former spouse or live-in or whomever has threatened me, and I think he's going to be coming sometime this week. Well, the law under H.R. 8 requires, before you can do a private transfer, before you can take them a gun to try to help them protect themselves, there has to be an imminent threat. So for someone to take a gun to somebody they love so they can protect themselves that week, they committed a crime, because you can't have an imminent threat for a week. So there are issues here. We all want to get to an end of gun violence, but I would like to ask Dr. Oh, and by the way, for victims, I mean, our heart goes out to whether it's a shooting, it's sexual assault. I mean, there were so many times that as a judge, I had to stoically do my job, but I would go back to my office with a broken heart for the victims. We know who does the real suffering, and we want to stop it. And I am thrilled that we have so many people that care so deeply. But Dr. Malcolm, in your information, you indicated in 2018, the FBI reported some 181,000 requests for background checks to purchase a gun. Has that increase in the number of requests led to an increase in violence?
No, it hasn't. In fact, for more than 20 years, the rate of gun homicides has gone down. It's gone up slightly the last couple of years. mostly because of these suicides. And while the number has gone up, the rate hasn't. So far more people are now allowed to conceal carry across the country, get a certificate to have a gun, but that hasn't resulted in what it was supposed to do for those people who are against it. They thought there'd be shootouts on OK Corral on every corner. People are very responsible. Law-abiding citizens are extremely responsible with that right and are using it to protect themselves.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
The time of the gentleman has expired. Ms. Jackson Lee.
I thank the chairman. Let me likewise add my appreciation for all of the witnesses, and victims are in all of our hearts. But we are reminded that you are seeking action. Let me thank the March for Our Lives and the members who have encountered these horrific tragedies. I also want to acknowledge Chairman Thompson for the years of work. I've had the privilege of working with him, and that we've come to this point is very much attributable to his persistence. And I thank him. I thank Ms. Kelly as well, having visited her district. Ms. Latimer, as you well know, Latimer, I have been at the memorial, and I will never forget. And we owe you a great deal of gratitude. I thank you so very much. Let me, Ms. Thomas, I might not get to ask you a question, but I do want to indicate that the Giffords Center has been the mainstay of data collection. And so I want to remind everyone the numbers that we have cited have come from this great work, 100 Americans dying every day. So that means as we sit here today, there are Americans being killed by guns. I believe your statistics of 3 million people effectively being stopped through gun checks. And the Universal Background Check bill is a bill of common sense. That's all we've asked for. I want to ask Professor Thomas, let me do this. The Second Amendment is the language in particular. Allow me just to read from the Constitution. It indicates a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. A simple process of background check, and I don't have a lot of time, Professor Malcolm, I'm going to direct a question to you. What in the Second Amendment is impacted through a simple, straightforward background check? How are you stopped from getting a gun? Would you be stopped from getting a gun through a background check?
I would not be stopped, but the people who are likely to misuse a gun would not go through a background check. So the background check is really affecting those people who are law-abiding citizens for the most part, and not those people on the streets.
But the law-abiding citizens would not be blocked from getting a gun through a background check. Is that correct?
If you make the background check cumbersome enough, like this new bill will, then I think it will.
You've not answered the question. You've not answered the question. The question is, what in the Second Amendment is infringed upon by a background check? We're not asking about the process and cumbersome. That has to be tested. This is a bill that indicates universal background check.
The process does interfere with people being able to get it. We've heard that there are expenses.
But we have no data to prove that. And so I think you're not connecting it. I would like to hear you say just the existence of a universal background check, not process, would violate the Second Amendment. Is that a yes or no?
Background check is a process, really, and you can make it cumbersome.
Does it violate the Second Amendment? Does it stop people from getting guns? It's not the point of who will not go through the process, is will it stop people from getting guns that you say are law-abiding citizens?
One of the members on the, one of the Republican members of your committee has pointed out that there are expenses in the states that have universal background checks.
I don't think you're answering the question.
Cannot afford.
Let me go to Chief Acevedo.
So it does.
I thank you very much, Professor. I don't think you're answering the question. It does not infringe upon the Second Amendment. Chief Acevedo and Dr. Saccharin, two questions, and I really want to question all the witnesses, but let me be very clear. Chief Acevedo, you're on the streets with your law enforcement. You believe in relational policing. How much guns impacting your officers, but also as you walk the beat, impacting neighborhoods and mothers and fathers and children. That's my question to you, and I just want to get the question for Dr. Saccharin. Dr. Saccharin, years ago I introduced a bill where the chief of surgeon from Texas Trauma from Texas Children's Hospital said at that time it cost them $67,000 to treat a gun victim, a child. That was 20 years plus ago. Would you be able to answer monetarily, just maybe not specifically, but the depth of cost, both in human tragedy, but dollars that we lose by not responding to gun violence in America? Chief, would you answer the question, please? And I ask the indulgence of the chair. Yes, Chief.
Thank you for the question. The gun violence impacts all big cities across the country and suburban America as well. And if you think about domestic violence, in the city of Houston last year, we had tragically 279 homicides. It went up by 10. And the driver, the greatest driver, 38% increase in domestic violence homicides, domestic violence murders, where we don't have enough tools across our country for police officers in those situations to temporarily remove firearms, to keep women safe and families safe and children safe. And so it is a significant problem. I think all you have to do is turn on your television, listen to the radio, listen to the scanners, and go to our emergency rooms, and you'll see that it's a significant problem.
Dr. Saccharin?
Yeah, thank you so much for that question, because if...
Time of the member has expired, and the witness was permitted to answer after the time of the member had expired.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. Chief Acevedo spoke after the time had expired. Our next witness, questioner is Mr. Getz. Oh, before Mr. Getz, I want to announce that the committee will recess at 12:30 for 1/2 hour for lunch. We will resume at 1 o'clock, and we will continue until there will be votes, which we expect on the floor sometime after 2, and if necessary, we'll reconvene right after those votes. Mr. Getz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ronald Silva was standing with a friend in his driveway when he was shot and killed by an illegal alien who had been previously deported. Agnes Gibney, who was De Silva's mother, said, "The guy who killed my son has a determinate sentence in prison, but I have a lifetime sentence of grief and pain." Alapomar Alamontario is an illegal alien from Mexico. He murdered Grant Rohnbach with a gun on January 22nd, 2015 in Mesa, Arizona. ICE was working to determine whether or not he should be deported when he had the opportunity to commit this crime. Gustavo Garcia, a 36-year-old illegal alien, shot and killed a 51-year-old Rocky Paul Jones on December 17th at a gas station. Garcia had previously been deported by ICE. Before his deportation, he had a criminal record going all the way back to 2002, where he had illegally possessed a firearm. In addition to murdering Jones, Garcia also shot a farm worker in the chest who was picking fruit, committed armed robbery, and shot and attempted to kill a woman after he followed her to a Motel 6. On January 2nd, 2019, an illegal alien shot and murdered California officer Ranil Singh, a story that captivated the attention of the country. On November 13, 2018, an illegal alien shot and killed 3 people in Missouri after he was released on domestic violence charges. This was Luis Perez, age 23, was a recipient of the DACA program in 2012 and 2014. So time and again, Mr. Chairman, we see circumstances where people illegally come into the possession of firearms. Each of these illegal aliens did not acquire these guns lawfully. Matter of fact, Title 18 of the Federal Code says that it is always unlawful for an illegal alien to have a firearm. And so while I appreciate folks from my state of Florida coming and sharing their advice and their counsel to the Judiciary Committee, I think that the stories of other people who have been impacted by gun violence are relevant to our discourse because they speak to the fact that there are dangerous people who do illegal things who will have access to firearms. The question is, what will ensure that that does not cause the massive amount of violence that we've seen in the country? And so I'm encouraged by elements of legislation passed in my home state of Florida that focus on red flag circumstances, mental health, that look at people who go through our jails and do everything we can to ensure that when their time in incarceration is concluded, they don't go back to arsenals where they can do harm to themselves or others. But as I review H.R. 8, it seems to me that there's nothing in the bill that would have stopped many of the instances that we've been discussing. And moreover, if we're really looking for solutions, maybe we ought to allow states to do what Florida did and analyze the impacts on our mental health system, recognizing that those systems are different across the 50 states. And so I hope that we will not adopt this federalization of deprivation of constitutional rights. I hope that we will allow our states to continue to innovate and find ways to keep communities safer. And as we hear the stories and circumstances for those here, I hope we do not forget the pain and anguish and sense of loss felt by those all over the country who have been the victims of violence at the hands of illegal aliens. H.R. 8 would not have stopped many of the circumstances I raised, but a wall, a barrier on the southern border may have, and that's what we're fighting for.
Mr. Chairman.
Well,
Gentlemen will suspend. Everyone here is here as a guest of the committee.
Yes.
And no matter what you think of what any member of the committee may say, or any witness for that matter, you must not comment or otherwise demonstrate.
Mr. Chairman, may I have my time restored?
Your time will be restored.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. And so again, I think that was a rather instructive moment for the committee, Mr. Chairman, because as we gather here in Washington, there are a divergent series of views and inputs and thoughts. And my concern is that by adopting H.R. 8, we actually stifle the innovation that could lead to better public safety outcomes if we allowed states and local communities to deal with the challenges my great state of Florida has. And so again, I hope that we'll deal with all of the drivers of violence. The greatest driver of violence in the circumstances that I indicated was not the firearm. It was the fact that we have an immigration system that allows people to come here violently. We engage in...
There will be no comments or demonstrations, please.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Who's there?
Is there
Gentleman
any
from Rhode Island.
committee rule or a point of parliamentary inquiry, is there any committee rule that prevents a member of Congress from reciting false statements in a committee hearing that are unsupported by the evidence, or are members of Congress entitled to just make things up in support of specious arguments? It's a parliamentary inquiry.
I'm not aware, off the top of my head, since I haven't researched this question, I'm not aware of any such rule. I would also observe that the factuality of any statement is always subject to contest by someone who disagrees with it. And at a hearing such as this, if a member makes a statement that is not borne out by the facts, it's the prerogative of another member, when his turn comes, to comment on that or to point out his opinion or her opinion as to its truth or falsity.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, my colleague... Mr. Chairman, no.
I believe I still control the time.
Mr. Chairman.
One moment. It is never permissible for members of the audience to comment or vociferously to object. This is a hearing for members of Congress and for the witnesses. Everyone else is here as an observer and must not participate in any way other than by observing.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from...
Mr. Chairman, I make a point of order against the gentleman from Rhode Island. I make a point of order that the gentleman's words were unparliamentary because they implied the lying or the falsehood of a member. Now, if he wants to go there, then we'll take words down.
I would rule the gentleman's point of order not well taken because although because there was not an accusation...
Did he not?
Excuse me, let me finish. There was not an accusation of falsity by another member. There was simply an inquiry as to rules regarding that subject.
Did he not make the statement that he was asking that the member was making, us how to stop a member from making false statements? Did he or did he not?
My recollection, we could have it read back, but I don't think that's necessary, is that he simply asked about the rules that we use when if a member makes a false statement, which is an inquiry. It is not a direct accusation that a member made a false statement.
Mr. Chairman, I'll just recommend that that line got so far up that there was no way to
sorry,
see
I
if it
can't
was
understand.
crossed.
You recommend
He
what?
got so close to that line that he couldn't tell if he was over it or not. So I think we need to continue to watch. We'll let the gentleman continue, but this needs to happen in an orderly way. We have differences of opinion. Those differences of opinion need to be expressed, and when those differences are messed up, we need to stay in a parliamentary procedure. This is not going to result in just complete yelling and accusing of each other.
Well,
That's
the
what they're
yelling-
for. He's got 5 minutes
yell-
coming up. He can say whatever he wants to say.
Yelling is out of order, obviously, yelling by members of the audience. The inquiry by a member did not violate the rules because it was not a direct accusation against another member. How much time does the member have left?
I do have one more secondary parliamentary question.
The gentleman will state
As
his
it's been
parliamentary
stated in the past,
inquiry.
as it's been stated in the past, Mr. Chairman, when members of the audience disrupt this, they are typically escorted out. Is that going to be the position of this chair, or are we going to continue to allow?
Clause 2K4 of Rule 11 provides that, quote, "The chair may punish breaches of order and decorum by censure and exclusion from the hearings." This rule has been construed to afford the chair the discretion to enforce decorum in the committee room, including through removal of disruptive members of the public. My preference is not to invoke this response at this time, but please consider this a warning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your clarification.
Mr. Chairman, I have a point of parliamentary inquiry.
This gentleman will state his point of parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, is there a process in the committee whereby if the very same people are repeatedly interrupting the time of the members, that those people will be asked to depart the committee? Or is there...
I will, excuse me, if the gentleman repeats that or any other comment, I will direct it be removed. I will direct it be removed if he repeats it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'd observe that's 3 interruptions of my time by the same individual, and that the chair is not utilizing his discretion to remove that individual. I believe I have about a minute of time remaining, and I wanted to take the time...
Will the gentleman yield for will my friend yield for a question?
Well, I typically do, my friend from Florida, but since my time has been so interrupted by members of the other side, perhaps you could have one of your colleagues yield time to you. Mr. Chairman, may I
Your
inquire
time's
as to
been
the time I
restored.
have remaining, because I believe it was about a minute and 12 seconds.
The gentleman has 1 minute and 37 seconds left.
You need to clear the
Thank you,
block.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that.
Gentleman will proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We all are entitled to our own opinions and views on how to address gun violence, but I don't believe that we are entitled to our own facts. And while I have great personal affection for the gentleman from Rhode Island, it is deeply troubling to me and hurtful that as I share the experiences of people who've lost sons and daughters, who've lost friends and neighbors at the hands of violent illegal aliens who have illegally acquired firearms, that my colleague would indicate that that's somehow lying or making misrepresentations to the committee. And so if my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have solutions for gun violence or to secure our border, or to make sure that illegal aliens don't come into possession of firearms, I'm eager to hear those, but in your debate with me, please don't demean or diminish the pain and suffering, the humanitarian consequences, the violence, the bloodshed that has occurred because we allow illegal aliens to come into our country, receive the veils of protection, benefit from policies of catch and release that my friends on the other side of the aisle have supported, and then come here and act like that is the great challenge of our day to deal with gun violence. If we really cared about safer streets, we would build a wall and secure the border, and we would do it post-haste. I
my
thank the
friend
chairman
yields-
for his indulgence, and I yield back the balance
Parliamentary
of my time.
inquiry, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady will state a parliamentary inquiry.
And I will direct it not at any particular member. I do think in this committee that the parliamentary inquiry is the caution of making sure that we do not have broad labels of immigrants, African Americans, women, as we debate. We have a right to a disagreement, but is there any rules that confine us to not labeling individuals, such as the term illegal immigrants, which is a vast term of individuals, including women and children?
I don't think that's a proper parliamentary inquiry.
I thank the chairman. I'll pursue it in another manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Next witness is, Mr. Cohen.
Thank you, sir. quite a while to get to me, exciting moments here. Ms. Thomas, let me ask you a few questions. You're familiar with most of the mass killings in this country in recent history?
Fair number, yes.
Of the ones that, there's some noted here, I mean, I might be missing some. In Thousand Oaks, there were 12 people killed. There were 17 at Parkland, 25 in Sutherland Springs, Texas, Mandalay Bay, the 58, Orlando, 49, San Bernardino, Charleston, Aurora, Sandy Hook, Virginia Tech. How many of those people came across our southern border that committed those crimes?
To my knowledge, none of those.
None of those people were illegal aliens?
Not to my knowledge, no.
I got the impression, I got confused. I thought illegal aliens, when they got in, they went straight to a taco shop, got a gun, and started killing people. That doesn't happen.
Not that I'm aware of.
What do you think is the best way to help reduce gun violence in this country?
I think that H.R. 8 is absolutely the right first step to closing this gaping loophole in background checks. I think once H.R. 8 is passed, there's a number of steps that this Congress can take to adequately address and reduce gun violence in America. We know for sure that states that have comprehensive regulation of guns have far lower rates of gun violence than states that have very lax gun regulations. And we can look at a wide range. Today we've been talking about regulation through extreme risk protective orders. We've been talking about age limits on guns. We're talking about very dangerous lethal weapons. We're talking about proper funding of research and CDC, and I can go on. My testimony includes a wide range of possible angles that this Congress can consider as a way to reduce gun violence in this country, almost all of which have research showing that positive impact.
And you're familiar with Everytown for Gun Safety that
Yes.
grew out of the shootings up east. They made this their top priority, that should be passing H.R. 8, this legislation to require background checks on all gun sales. Do background checks on gun sales also relate to less domestic use of domestic shootings and domestic disturbances?
Yes, absolutely. H.R. 8 would not only keep guns out of the hands of individuals who shouldn't have them that are already prohibited, including domestic abusers, it also creates the appropriate floor so that if we expand categories of domestic violence, as was suggested by other witnesses, that we can continue to reduce domestic violence incidents and force all gun sales to include a background check to keep those guns out of those dangerous hands of domestic abusers.
In Memphis, Tennessee, there were 176 deaths because of homicide in 2018. 290% of those were results of gunfire. Do you think the people of Memphis could expect a reduction in that rate if we pass H.R. 8?
It's hard to say that one law alone is going to have a specific impact in one place. We know that starting with closing this loophole and passing universal background checks, and then looking to the specific opportunities to expand upon that, absolutely will reduce gun violence. I think urban centers have particular issues that we can look at. We've been looking very closely at intervention and prevention strategies that particularly address the problems of urban centers and are shown to be incredibly effective, reducing gun violence of up to 70%. So I think looking at the specific issues that face a city is a very important way to proceed, but this is the right way to start.
Charleston, South Carolina, had the horrific church shooting. Did the perpetrator of that mayhem and murders, did that person pass a proper background check, do you know?
No, he did not. There was something that happened in that case called a default proceed, where individuals who don't have the background check completed within 3 days, the dealer has the opportunity to transfer that weapon even without completion of the background check. In this instance, that individual would not and should not have passed a background check.
So, indeed, if H.R. 8 was the law, there's a goodly chance, or a chance, that that individual would not have gotten a gun and those church people would still be alive.
That is the hope, and we also need to look at closing that default proceeds loophole, at expanding the time available to complete background checks in instances where it's unclear whether that person should be entitled to have a gun.
Thank you for your work, and thank you for all the people who have testified, and Mr. Thompson. It's just astonishing to me that with background checks is something I think over 90-some-odd% of the public is supportive, that almost every organization concerned about this thinks will help. And we need to reduce this and not have more moments of silence and deep thoughts and prayers. We've had enough of that. We need action. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentleman. Now yield 5 minutes to Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to say on this side, thank you to all the witnesses, all of you. It takes real courage and courage of conviction to do what you're doing here today. There's a lot of passion in the room, and it's understandable. We get that. I think it's important for us to say here that every single person in this room wants to end the tragedy of gun violence in our country. We just have policy differences on what's the best means to achieve that end, and that's what this is. So it's a healthy debate, and that's what our constitutional republic is founded upon, is healthy debate. So I'm glad you respect that. Look, we just think that this particular bill is not an effective step to achieving that desired end, and that's what it boils down to. In fact, we think it's going to be counterproductive. We're trying to explain that in some of our questions, and we'll do it during the markup as well. My questions are for Professor Malcolm. Thank you for being here. At first, I have just a couple of questions regarding the foundational principles of the Second Amendment, because I'm afraid we're losing some of that. And then second, I want to ask you about effective application of the Second Amendment. Let me get to the foundational principles. I think it's important for us to note what the Second Amendment is based upon. And you've written extensively about the Second Amendment and about how it's based upon and protects our pre-existing right. The Second Amendment doesn't say, for example, the people shall be permitted to be armed for their defense. It doesn't confer rights. The Second Amendment presupposes the right and clarifies that it shall not be infringed. And the question is, why is that? Well, you've written that Sir William Blackstone, for example, noted that gun rights are rooted in the natural right of resistance and self-preservation. Indeed, your scholarship notes the right of self-defense was generally understood in the 18th century by everyone as the first law of nature. And of course, our founders listed it first in the Declaration of Independence's triumvirate of our inalienable rights. So the question is, Professor, when you discuss this with your constitutional law students or when you talk to lay people about it, how do you convey and emphasize the importance of the underlying principle of the Second Amendment?
Yes, the underlying principle was that this was your most fundamental right, your right to protect yourself. It's something that the law could not take away. And Blackstone, who's the great jurist that our founders were so influenced by, said that no country could take away, no government could take away the right to self-defense. And that it's not much comfort for the law to come later and pick up the pieces. And that's what's happened in a lot of the cases that we've heard about. I mean, that there are people that deserve to have some means of protecting themselves. And that really is the core of the Second Amendment, that it's the right to your individual self-defense. And as I mentioned before, that the police, however much they might want to protect us, can't possibly protect everybody. So the best way for anyone who's in danger to be able to protect themselves is through some means of protecting themselves, having a weapon. And I think that's what the Second Amendment was all about and what the founders understood it to be and what it still needs to have happen.
It's fundamental and it is foundational. And indeed, when we apply that right, it can be very effective. In your written testimony, you noted that there's been an overall decline in firearm homicide since 1991, which correlates with the number of the current number of 39 states that have granted concealed carry permits, for example, on a shall-issue basis. My home state of Louisiana is one, and I have one of those. Do you believe that when states allow trusted law-abiding citizens to exercise their constitutional rights through shall-issue provisions and others like it, that gun violence can indeed be prevented?
Well, it certainly has worked in those states. There hasn't been more gun violence because more people have guns. They have been able to protect themselves, and people who want to harm someone else don't know who's armed and who isn't. So it really is a help that they're in the dark about it. It's a help that some people are prepared to protect themselves. It has not resulted in more gun violence. And in fact, we've heard today that some of the increase in homicides from guns has been from suicide. So it's not law-abiding citizens who need to protect themselves that are causing any problem. It's people who are getting illegal guns, and that seems to be what the real issue is.
Last question, because I'm running out of time. The Heller court made clear that this is an individual right and that this right is fundamental and sacrosanct. Do you believe Heller provides us with enough protection against ill-conceived legislation that may be well-intended, but may run afoul of that Second Amendment right?
Well, Heller really does, but there's some of the lower courts have really not been respecting Heller and have been really ignoring what the Supreme Court was very explicit about. And so I'm really glad now that the Supreme Court seems to be willing to take a case on cert and get back into it, because otherwise the Second Amendment just becomes what Justice Thomas called a constitutional orphan. I mean, we have this Second Amendment right. It's important for all. You can't just obliterate it and ignore the Supreme Court without doing damage generally to all of our rights.
I'm out of time. I yield back. Thank you. Thank you all.
We'll recognize the gentleman from Georgia next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to begin by thanking all of the panelists who are here today, to Alea and the men and women in the room who have been personally touched by gun violence. I thank you for your bravery. By bearing witness to senseless acts of violence, you are helping to make our world a safer place. Thank you. The failure of Congress to pass universal background check legislation has eroded our sense of safety on our streets, in our schools, and even in our places of worship. Because background checks are not required for sales by unlicensed gun dealers, guns end up in the hands of dangerous people who are barred by law from owning a gun. In 2018, on the online site armslist.com, there were 97 online posts by unlicensed firearms dealers from Gwinnett County, Georgia, which is part of my district. They were advertising guns for sale. That represents potentially at least 97 guns being sold to 97 violent criminals or certified mentally ill individuals, those guns ending up in other locations throughout the country. Mr. Chairman, we can do better than this, or Madam Chair, we can do better than this. I want to thank you for making, I want to thank Chairman Nadler for making gun violence a subject of his very first committee meeting as chair, thus sending the message to the people of America that we are serious about common sense gun reform. Now I'm going to yield the balance of my time to a woman who has been personally aggrieved by the destructive effects of the gun violence epidemic that plagues America. I yield the balance of my time to my friend and colleague and original co-sponsor of H.R. 8, Congresswoman Lucy McBath, but I do want to recognize the efforts of the sponsor of H.R. 8, Mike Thompson, who sat through this hearing. Thank you for being here. And also Congresswoman Robin Kelly, who's a co-sponsor, original co-sponsor on H.R. 8. Thank you both for being here. Congresswoman McBath, I yield my time to you.
Thank you so much, Congressman Johnson and Chairman Nadler, and to all the witnesses that are here today. As many of you know, gun violence is an issue that is deeply personal for me. In 2012, my son Jordan Davis was shot and killed by a man who opened fire on a car of unarmed teenagers at a gas station in Jacksonville, Florida. And Jordan was only 17 years old. Jordan would be turning 24 this week, February 16th. After my son's death, I dedicated my life to advocating for common sense gun safety solutions, but it was the shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida, that year that finally motivated me to run for Congress. Yesterday, I brought Jeff and Margaret Binkley to the State of the Union as my guests. Just 3 months ago, the Binkleys experienced a tragedy that no parent should ever have to endure. Their daughter, Mara Binkley, was killed when a man entered a yoga studio in Tallahassee, Florida, and shot 6 people, killing 2 before taking his own life. Mara had a bright future ahead of her and was eager to do so and eager to do good work in the world. But her dreams were cut short by a hateful man with a firearm, and she was only 21. Far too many families experience tragedies like ours every single day. The pain of losing a child to gun violence never ends. And it's in that pain that drives me to do this work to prevent gun violence. These stories are vitally important as we work to pass common sense safety legislation to keep families like ours from experiencing the horror and heartbreak brought on by gun violence. The Binkleys believe that a policy solution could prevent killings like the death of their daughter. they have become advocates for extreme risk laws often called red flag laws, that these laws can prevent both murders and suicides by temporarily removing weapons from those who are a danger to themselves and to others. Our community and our nation cannot wait any longer for common sense gun safety solutions like extreme risk laws and universal background checks. And I look forward to discussing this issue further during my time for questions. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank all of you panelists for being here today and the members of the audience for being here. My question is for Savannah. Savannah, I'm sorry for the violence that you experienced in your life. And I want to just ask a couple of questions with regard to your experience with the guns, and you indicated in your testimony that you were an owner of guns. When did you first begin getting it? When did you first get a gun, and what did you do to learn how to use it, et cetera?
Yes, so my grandfather, I called him Pop-Up. He was always really into like firearms, target training, all that kind of stuff. So it's something I grew up around, and I always thought it was really interesting. And when I was probably like 8 or 9, I went to him and was like, I want to do this. And he's like, okay, well, you're a child, so you have to prove that you're responsible enough for this. So he gave me, you've probably purchased a handgun, you know how it comes with like an instruction manual, basically. He made me read that cover to cover, and he quizzed me on it. And it was only after that that he let me even pick up a BB gun. And then after that, after training, safety training, I had to be able to take it apart, put it back together, all that kind of stuff. That's when he's like, okay, now I'll teach you how to shoot a handgun at our local range. And so it's something that was probably when I was like 10. And I'm 24 now, so it's been about 14 years.
And so before you went away to college, you'd been using and been trained in using a gun for many years.
Yes, sir.
When you went to college, you left home?
I did. I moved to Philadelphia from Norfolk, Virginia.
Okay. And did you take any guns with you?
I did not. It would have been illegal for me to have it on my college campus. And even transporting it could have been an issue because I couldn't obviously drive it through Maryland given their firearm laws. But no, I didn't want to break the law, so I left it at home.
So you made a statement in your written testimony that you said, I obeyed the law as a responsible gun owner, and it ended with me being raped. I'm just one of countless examples of gun control benefiting assailants and making victims sitting ducks. I wonder if you would expand on that and tell us what you mean by that.
Sure. So in my situation personally, I was left defenseless. There was nothing I could have done. He snuck up behind me and he attacked me, and I'm just a young woman, and at the time I weighed 100 pounds less than I do now, so there was no fighting him off. So that's what I mean in terms of my situation. But there are a lot of examples, like one of the top ones that comes to my mind is Nikki Gozer, who there was a law at the time where you couldn't have you couldn't bring a firearm into a restaurant, and so she, as a law-abiding citizen, left it in the car, and her husband was shot and murdered in the restaurant, and she couldn't defend him.
Well, thank you for being here today, and I appreciate your willingness to come out and testify on a very emotional issue, and I'm grateful for that.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
I'm going to Dr. Malcolm.
Yes.
In conjunction with testimony we just heard, in your written testimony, you said the FBI does not record defensive uses of guns.
That's right.
And tell me why that's so.
I'm not sure why they don't do it. I think that even if they did record it, there are probably defensive uses of guns that are not reported to them because people are uncertain whether they would be somehow charged or not. But they don't record it. So the only way we have a sense of the defensive uses of guns is through some surveys and sort of anecdotal evidence.
So the national surveys that you cited, well, you don't cite them, you refer to, I should
Yes.
say. You indicate what I would call a large range of between 700,000 to 3.6 million defensive uses annually. Can you elaborate on that, please?
Yeah, as I say, it's very difficult to get these kinds of statistics. And when the government tries to do that, people are even more cautious about not saying anything for fear that they will in some way, run afoul of the law. But those defensive uses of guns are much, much greater than the number of people who are actually shot. And most of the people who defend themselves with guns, as I said, don't have to use it in any way. They just have to show they have it. There was an instance, you're going to run out of time.
Yeah, so let me just, before you get there, I need to add this last question. Since a high gun homicide deaths in 1991, there's been a steep decline.
Yes.
Firearm homicides dropped by nearly half, but there's a slight uptick in the last couple of years. Explain on that. My time is done, if she may answer the question.
Yes, it's really been extraordinary. I guess there was a peak in gun homicides in 1991, and over the last 20 years it had gone down by nearly half, despite the fact that there were more people who were able to have and carry guns in their states, as more and more states began to have these special shall issue concealed carry weapons. So I think it shows that, first of all, that the guns are not causing the violence, and in fact are probably helping to stop it, and also allowing people to exercise their right to protect themselves. Ordinary people are very responsible. It's not the people who are likely to commit a crime who are going to go through all these background checks or go through whatever process their state has.
The gentleman's time has expired. Thank you. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
I thank the chairwoman. I thank our witnesses for being here. I thank Mike Thompson and Robin Kelly for your leadership. I want to start this morning by recognizing my constituents from Parkland who are in the hearing room today. Tony and Jennifer Montalto, Gina's parents, April Shentrup and Robert Shentrup, Carmen's mother and brother, Debbie Hickson, Chris Hickson's wife, Tom and Gina Hoyer, Luke Hoyer's parents, Mitch Dorette, Nicholas Dorette's father, Manuel Oliver, father of Joaquin, and Fred Guttenberg, Jamie's father. I also want to recognize the families of Alyssa Aladeff, Scott Beagle, Martin Duque, Aaron Feiss, Carol Loughran, Elena Petty, Meadow Pollack, Helena Ramsey, Alex Schachter, and Peter Wang. They are the surviving families of the 14 students and 3 adults who were killed at Marjory Stoneman Douglas nearly 1 year ago on February 14, 2018. Their pain and their loss is real, and it is immeasurable because their loved ones were gunned down, and it does not matter where that shooter was born. I want to recognize them today because in the year since that awful day, they have done everything that they can to make American communities safer from gun violence, each family in its own way, to improve law enforcement response to warning signs, to get weapons of war off our streets, to expand access to mental health, to develop safer schools, demand background checks on all gun purchases, stand up to gun corporations that control state legislatures and Washington to protect their profits and not protect American lives. The Parkland families have done all of this in response to their grief. They never signed up for this. They would do anything to change this. They don't owe us their service and advocacy. They don't owe us anything. Congress failed them. We didn't do our job. Today, the House Judiciary Committee is finally holding a hearing on gun violence, a crisis that kills 40,000 Americans every year. And what I want to ask my Republican colleagues is it still too soon? Is it too soon to talk about taking action to stop gun violence? Because that's what I heard after Marjory Stoneman Douglas, but it was already too late. As we start this important work, Madam Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter statements into the record from Fred Guttenberg, Tony Montalto and Stand with Parkland, Patricia and Manuel Oliver and Change the Ref, and March for Our Lives.
Without objection, so entered.
Alea, thank you for being here. Your classroom was attacked at MSD, but at March for Our Lives on March 24th, you spoke to hundreds of thousands, over 1 million people in DC and at other events around the world, and you said, I'm not only here to speak about school shootings, I'm here to speak for the urban communities who have been speaking out about this way before February 14th. Student survivors like yourself and like the March for Our Lives advocates have been some of the strongest voices for change. Over the past year, you've met with young people from around the country Tell us what you've learned in the meetings and the discussions and the friendships you've developed in places like Miami and Chicago and Baltimore, Los Angeles, and cities that face daily gun violence.
I noticed that, it's hard to have these conversations, but, we have to get comfortable with being uncomfortable. And I noticed having these conversations, there's always an elephant in the room, and that's the urban communities. Nobody wants to talk about how to combat the issue of gun violence in urban communities when Black and brown youth are the #1 impacted youth by gun violence. So that's one thing that I noticed, and I've just been working tirelessly to share my platform that I didn't ask to have with those marginalized communities, because their voices are just as important as mine and my colleagues from Parkland.
They are, and thank you for using your voice to help lift up the voices of so many. Madam Chairman, after February 14th, the Florida legislature passed bills to increase the minimum age for rifle purchases to 21 and passed extreme risk protection orders. States and local governments all around the country have taken action. Finally, the House of Representatives is about to act. Alea, you said during your testimony, you said, "I ask that you give my generation a chance." The important message today, as I see it from this seat looking out at this crowd, is that you don't need to ask for us to give you a chance. Your leadership and the young people who are here today and who have been energized around the country are providing the leadership that is making this happen. We're going to pass background checks because it's supported by over 90% of the American people, and it can help save a life. And it's true, Chief, if only one life is saved, that's enough for me. And it darn well ought to be enough for every single member of this Congress. And when we finish our work today, what the young people should know, and I'll wrap up, Madam Chairman, what the people here today in this crowd should know is that just as they're not going anywhere and will remain in this issue, on this issue, in this fight, because it is the fight for their lives, we will not stop either. Thank you, Madam Chairman. I yield back the balance of my time.
Okay. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Louisiana. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Reading wrong. The gentleman from California.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This is not a new subject. We now have some 50 years of experience with gun control laws. And as Ms. Lindquist's testimony attests, we found them extremely effective at disarming law-abiding citizens. We found them extremely ineffective at disarming criminals and madmen and terrorists. They end up creating a society where the law-abiding are unarmed and criminals are as well-armed as ever. I think our schools are a microcosm of such a society where the gunman is king. Fortunately, we have also a lot of experience with laws that do work. Executing murderers works. Locking up other gun predators until they're old and feeble works. Confining the dangerously mentally ill so that they can be treated works. Responsible armed citizens who can return fire works. These laws protected us well for many, many decades. I think depending on criminals and madmen to obey gun laws is delusional. In case after case, authorities have turned a blind eye to repeated complaints about violent and obviously mentally ill persons. MS-13 is not widely recognized for its meticulousness in obeying our gun laws. Only their defenseless victims seem to be. Several states now forbid local law enforcement from turning dangerous criminal illegal aliens over to ICE for deportation. Instead, they're releasing them back into our communities, and these are the same states that make it tougher for law-abiding citizens to defend themselves. It seems to me no one gives a second thought to an armed guard at a bank. And that guard's there to protect our money. But whenever anyone suggests armed guards to protect our children at our schools, it's met with hoots of derision. It seems to me that hardening security at schools has got to be backed up by armed force. Professor Malcolm, why shouldn't school employees who are trained and entrusted by their local sheriffs with concealed weapons permits be allowed to use those permits in our schools to defend our children and stop the next massacre?
I think they should be, as you know, that not every teacher has to be, but clearly those people who are willing to be trained or were members of the military or police force should be there. They will be on the spot. It wasn't the gun laws or the Congress that let those children down at Parkland. It was the first responders who let them down and who knew that Cruz was dangerous and had gone to his house and been warned about him more than 45 times. They never put him on a background list. If he had been put on a background list, he could not have gotten a weapon. And even when they knew he had weapons, they did not disarm him. So I think that, you know, background checks are fine so far as they go, but it's really important to have someone on the spot who will protect those children.
I think we also learned that depending upon law enforcement alone is not sufficient. Ms. Lindquist, I want to thank you for coming today. You know, I once worked for Ed Davis. He was the legendary chief of the Los Angeles Police Department in the late 60s and 70s. That was during the time of the Manson murders, the SLA shootout, campus riots. He introduced such innovations as neighborhood watch and community-based policing that engaged private citizens, and it worked. During his tenure as chief, violent crime actually declined in Los Angeles while it was skyrocketing nationally. And at the core of his philosophy was looking at law-abiding citizens and the police as being partners in upholding the laws that protect us. He fiercely opposed gun control laws because he viewed law-abiding citizens as an integral part of policing, and he saw them as the first line of defense against crime. How does your experience relate to that view?
I think that I'm not sure Neighborhood Watch, to be honest, would have helped me in this situation because it was him.
My point is that underlies a more fundamental philosophy that looks at law-abiding citizens as the first line of defense against crime.
Sure, and I certainly agree with that. I'm, you know, like I said in my testimony, I don't really want to get into the details of what happened, but it was him versus I, and it was a battle of strength, and obviously I lost. So yes, I mean, police are great, and I very much respect what they do, but, you know, sometimes seconds count.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to follow up a word on my colleague over there, Mr. McClintock. Neighborhood Watch, I do think, provides a real opportunity for community members to get involved. But Ed Davis never believed in arming the Neighborhood Watch. I just wanted to, I have a couple of questions for Ms. Latiker. And I want to address what I believe is a common stereotype of inner city communities, in particular African-American communities, because it's often been said that the only time the community responds is when a police officer kills an African-American, and that when there is crime that takes place in our communities, that we don't do anything. And I know that you're one of those soldiers on the front line. I want to thank you for being here today. I know that you are also supposed to be in Canada. My good colleague, Representative Robin Kelly, told me about your work, and I really wanted to ask you if you could talk about the work that you've done. What role can community-based organizations play in preventing crime and comforting those who have suffered from the impact? And then also, what resources do you need from us? I've worked in communities for many years, and I often know that it's never considered newsworthy when we're doing marches, talking about crime and trying to address the situation. But anyway, I'd like for you to respond to what you're doing in the community and what we can do as members of Congress to help you.
Well, first of all, thank you so much for that acknowledgement. As I sit here, I listen to the back and forth about gun violence, and to me it leaves out the most important part. And that's those who have to deal with it on a daily basis, or a mom in my community who has lost 2 sons in 1 week because of gun violence. And it seems like it's always talked around about the people who are living there. Now you can imagine a block with 10 houses on it, and 6 of those houses have lost kids to violence. So that there is no block anymore, there isn't any community anymore because all those families are hurting. And then one on the block steps up and says, I need to do something and I want to help. And nobody wants to help because of the color of their skin or where they come from or where they live at or the conditions. And so you're fighting a losing battle, and I'm speaking of myself personally here right now. You're fighting a losing battle not only to give hope to the people you're trying to help, but to the community that you live in because they believe that the violence is more prevalent than the hope is.
Does your organization have funding?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
It's
We
all
have not
volunteer?
for 15 years. Yes, ma'am. We had 7 dedicated volunteers. Not that we wouldn't want salaries, but and we need it, but.
Well, how are you able to do that work with just volunteers?
Because some very generous people, donors, people who believe in what we do have supported us for all these years, and foundations have helped us. But we have never had a grant writer or anything like that. And it doesn't come from that. I just want people to know before my time is up, it doesn't come from that. It comes from a sense of, I'm more afraid not to do anything than I am to do something.
Right. But I do think if communities had the resources,
without
it's not as
question.
though the
Without
communities
question.
are irresponsible and don't want to do anything. I thank you very much. Thank you very much for being here today. Ms. Thomas, I wanted to ask if you could very briefly, because I need to yield some of my time to my colleague here, Mr. Deutsch. You know, in a community like Chicago that has strong gun laws, the problem is the surrounding area. State of California, strong gun laws, but we have out states that guns come in from. Could you very briefly respond to what the federal government could do to help? And then I'm going to yield my time to Mr. Deutsch.
One of the things that the federal government could do would be to properly fund ATF so they could do their job to better trace that trafficking of guns that happens across state lines, and to pass a trafficking bill. We don't currently have a federal bill which addresses the problem of gun trafficking.
Thank you.
I think we need one.
Thank you very much. I yield to Representative Deutsch.
I thank my friend from California. I just wanted to set the record straight on one discussion. We've gone back and forth. There's been a lot of talk about Justice Scalia and the Heller case and Blackstone, and it's just important, actually, as we have these discussions, to be honest about what we're trying to do. And the fact is that every single proposal that's been made on the gun safety area is entirely constitutional. Don't take it from me, take it from Justice Scalia, who said, and I quote, "Like most rights, the right secured by the Second Amendment is not unlimited. From Blackstone through the 19th century cases, commentators and courts routinely explained that the right was not a right to keep and carry any weapon whatsoever, in any manner whatsoever, and for whatever purpose." That's the language we need to bear in mind as we have this debate. We cannot be fooled by those who suggest that what we're trying to do is unconstitutional. What we're trying to do is constitutional. It is just, and it will save lives. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, the gentleman's time has expired. I ask for the committee's unanimous consent that the following items be added to the hearing record. We have a letter from Prosecutors Against Gun Violence, co-chaired by Michael Farrow, the Los Angeles City Attorney, and Cyrus Vance Jr., Manhattan District Attorney, in support of Bipartisan Background Checks Act of 2019. We have letters from Massachusetts 7th Congressional District elected officials, including Boston Mayor Martin J. Walsh, local advocates and constituents, presented by Representative Ayanna Pressley. And we have a 2019 report from Everytown for Gun Safety concerning internet sales of firearms and the background check loopholes that allow internet sales to occur without any background checks. Without objection, these letters will be added to the hearing record. Now, as was announced previously, the committee will now recess until 1 o'clock. I want to thank our guests in the audience for joining us today, and I want to let them know that if they leave during the break, they will not be guaranteed their seats when they return. We have many people outside who would like to come in, and we want to give everyone a chance, an opportunity to watch today's hearing. So with that, the committee will stand in recess until 1 o'clock.
Committee will come to order. Our next, I'll now recognize the gentlelady from Arizona, Ms. Lesko.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to tell the testifiers and the people that came today, I sincerely appreciate all of you coming here, especially those of you that are victims of domestic or sexual violence or gun violence, and those that have lost people. I mean, I believe that all of us, whether we're Republican or Democrat, I hope you realize that we all care. We want to reduce gun violence. Sometimes there's just a difference in opinion of how we get there. And Mr. Chairman, I also want to join with our ranking member, Representative Collins, in saying how disappointed I am that you didn't allow Congressman Scalise to come testify today. And quite frankly, you know, he was wounded and is still recovering, and that's different than the other members that you said wanted to come testify and you didn't have time for. And so I'm still wondering why what happened. And also, Mr. Chairman, I just want to explain to you something that earlier when the gentleman, who I feel very sorry for, he lost someone from gun violence, he repeatedly got up and disrupted. It intimidated me. And it intimidated, I was told, one of the witnesses here. And so that's why I think it's important that we don't let that continue to happen. You know, I grew up in a family, I didn't have guns. My father was in World War II, and after he was in World War II, he quit hunting. And we didn't have any guns. And so I didn't know much about them. I had an irrational fear of guns. So I've been there. I've been there with some of you that have never shot a gun, have never experienced it. But then I started educating myself and realized that when you make all these laws, a lot of them are unenforceable, but also it's the criminals that don't follow the laws, right? Law-abiding citizens follow the laws. So if you're trying to stop gun violence, and most of the gun violence is caused by people that don't follow the laws, you're not really getting the solution that you want. And I am a strong supporter of the Second Amendment. And I'm also a survivor of domestic violence. And so I appreciated the testimony on that and want to share with you that there's people like me out there that have been victims, but we also want to be able to defend ourselves. And so I hope that you go away with realizing that we all want to solve this problem. I have to share with you that the Department of Justice, in a recent January 2019 report of prison inmates, they were interviewed, and the ones that used guns in their crime, 56% of them stated they obtained their gun by stealing it or by underground. And another 25%, so almost all of them, legally obtained it from a family member. So I guess what I'm trying to say to you is that when you have well-intentioned laws, and I believe you really believe that the background checks are really going to save people's lives, but you'll see that most of the people that committed the crimes actually stole the guns. Got them from family members, so universal background checks will not help in most of those situations. I also studied all the major mass shootings quite intensely and realized that not one single one of them would have been prevented from a universal background check. I mean, I went through all the details, I asked all the questions. You know, and I do think there are many ways that we can reduce gun violence, and we've done it here in a bipartisan fashion. Last year, or in fiscal year 18, we passed legislation that helps prevent violence in our schools. Very important. We also wanted to protect and fix the National Instant Criminal Background Check, which is the system where these backgrounds are actually, you know, you find out. And we found out through studies that a lot of the states and agencies don't even report the information. And
Time of the gentlelady has expired. Do you have a quick question?
Oh, yes, I do. Thank you very much, Mr. Nadler. I just want to say to Ms. Lindquist, thank you for being here. Can you please explain again how these well-intentioned laws actually hurt you from not allowing you to defend yourself?
The witness will answer the question.
So I do want to say, you know, thank you for speaking publicly about being a survivor of domestic violence. It's terrible that anyone has to go through that, but you can feel very alone, and so it's great to see people in positions of power talking about it. So the laws that specifically disarmed me are in the state of Pennsylvania, where I was going to school. My college was a gun-free zone, so you couldn't have firearms of any kind unless, of course, you were the police. And then also, like I said, live in Virginia and originally went to undergrad in Pennsylvania, which would require driving through Maryland, which would make me like immediately a felon. So it's a combination of those two things.
The time of the gentlelady has expired. The gentleman from Rhode Island, Mrs. Cicilline.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank our witnesses for being here and for many people who are in the audience. Your testimony is incredibly inspiring and invaluable, and I cannot overstate the importance and urgency of this hearing. And I want to thank the chairman for his leadership. This is the first hearing in the U.S. House of Representatives on gun violence prevention in nearly a decade. We have a gun violence epidemic in this country. In some disproportionately impacted communities, persistent incidents of gun violence have become a fact of life and are endangering the public health of these communities. Over the last 8 years, while Congress was ignoring this problem, the gun death rate has risen by 17%, the gun suicide rate by 19%, and the gun homicide rate by 14%. The gun rate hit a nearly 20-year high in 2017 at roughly 40,000 deaths, according to the CDC. The U.S. is now the world leader in child gun deaths, with death by gunshot being the second highest cause of death among children ages 1 to 19. On average, the number of Americans murdered by a firearm has risen to approximately 100 every day, while another nearly 300 are shot. Mr. Chairman, I just noticed that the time was not reset. So Mr. Chairman, I don't think the time was ever corrected from the last person speaking over.
There appears to be a mechanical problem.
I'll just keep going and trust you to be fair. Each of these statistics is another example of this body's shameful failure to protect Americans from gun violence, and behind each number is a real family devastated by this epidemic. Despite our many efforts over the last years imploring Republicans to enact common sense gun safety legislation, all we could ever muster was 30 seconds of doing nothing and saying nothing in a moment of silence. There was no hearing in response to many of the deadliest mass shootings our country has ever seen. Think about what that means. Congress did nothing when children were massacred at Sandy Hook Elementary School, at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School, and Santa Fe High School. When worshipers were gunned down in Charleston, Oak Creek, Sutherland Springs, and Pittsburgh. When people were hunted down and killed at a nightclub in Orlando, at a movie theater in Aurora, and a country music concert in Las Vegas. In some of these cases, the gunman would have failed a background check but got a gun anyway. In others, the gunman lawfully possessed deadly military-style assault weapons or high-capacity magazines, endangering our communities and belong in the battlefields, not in our neighborhoods. In all of them, Congress could have taken action to try and prevent these tragedies from happening again. It is imperative that we do all that we can to keep guns out of the hands of people who should not have them and give law enforcement the tools they need to protect the public. And that's why I've introduced several bills to prevent children, violent persons, and criminals from accessing guns. A bill to ban assault weapons and dangerous bump stock devices. Legislation requiring states to establish reporting systems for mental health professionals when individuals that have committed or communicated a serious threat of violence. Government funding for the CDC to research firearm violence as a public health issue. The American people are completely fed up with this institution's willful neglect and leaving them to suffer in the face of a clear epidemic. They're demanding that we finally do something before another horrible tragedy happens and before another dangerous weapon ends up in the wrong hands. It's long overdue for Congress to prevent further senseless violence from occurring. We know what the solutions are. It's time to act. And the notion that since there is not a single bill that, if passed, will eliminate all gun violence, that we should do nothing is an absurd justification for inaction. The truth is, there are a whole set of bills that, if we pass, will substantially reduce gun violence in this country. And this bill, H.R. 8, is the first step. And I want to thank Mr. Thompson, the chair of the task force, Robin Kelly, Catherine Clark, many of my colleagues who have been great champions of these issues. We have a responsibility to make sure that we keep guns out of the hands of people who shouldn't have them. We know background checks work. 3.5 million people have been blocked as prohibited purchasers from buying a gun because of background checks, and yet 22% of gun sales happen without a background check. So imagine how many gun sales happen that prohibited purchasers get because of this loophole, because there's no background check. So H.R. 8 is the beginning, but I want to begin my question to Aliala Eastman and first say, we owe you an apology. We owe your whole generation an apology. The adults have failed you. And I'm here to tell you, I was a founding member of Mayors Against Illegal Guns when I was mayor of the city of Providence. I've continued to fight on this issue. We are going to deliver results, and it's because of the voices of young people who have demanded that we do our job and pass common sense laws that will protect you. And so I want to say thank you to you and to all the young people who are here. I want to say thank you to the chief. I'd like to ask the chief and the doctor to talk a little bit about what your observations are about high-capacity magazines, assault weapons, and the injuries that are sustained from that.
The time of the gentleman has expired. We'll permit one witness to answer the question. Mr. Cicilline, which witness?
Oh my God, the doctor or the police chief? I guess the doctor. My mother always wanted me to be a doctor.
All right, great. Well, thank you for that question, Congressman. It's a really important one because, you know, we as healthcare professionals are on the front line of seeing this day in and day out. And when you see these patients come in, you know, we're seeing the full spectrum of where there's tissue that's pulverized, where there are flesh wounds, where people are bleeding to death in front of our eyes. And, you know, medical technology is great, but the solution is really prevention. And so I think, you know, we owe it to Americans to really think beyond the operating room, to think beyond the hospitals, to really implement some common sense change.
Thank you. The time of the gentleman has expired. Mr. Reschenthaler.
Mr. Chairman, I just have a unanimous consent request.
The gentleman will state his unanimous consent request.
I'd ask unanimous consent to introduce into the record a Washington Post article entitled, "It's Time to Bring Back the Assault Weapons Ban, Gun Violence Experts Say." Another article entitled, "Why Can't the U.S. Treat Gun Violence as a Public Health Problem?" Another article from the New York Times, "Wounds from Military-Style Rifles, a Ghastly Thing to See." A Vox article, "America's Unique Gun Violence Problem Explained in 17 Maps and Charts." And finally, "Orders to Seize Guns from Prohibited Buyers at a 10-Year High."
Without objection, these documents will be admitted into the record. Mr.
Thank you, Mr.
Reschenthaler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a lifelong resident of southwestern Pennsylvania and a gun owner myself, I know that despite what some of the people in this room may want you to believe, the overwhelming majority of American gun owners are hardworking, law-abiding citizens. These law-abiding citizens are simply looking to protect their families, hunt with their kids, or just put food on the table. That's why I'm strongly opposed to H.R. 8 and other legislation that does nothing to address the root causes of gun violence, like mental health. Instead, focus on limiting law-abiding citizens' ability to exercise their Second Amendment rights. More gun bans are not going to solve this problem. The tragic shootings in both San Bernardino and Newtown occurred in states that already had an assault weapons ban in place. I was in high school when Columbine occurred. The Columbine High School shooting took place during the federal assault weapons ban. More gun bans are not going to solve this problem. Instead, I would urge my colleagues across the aisle to focus on enforcing the laws we already have on the books that keep guns out of the hands of criminals, gang members, and others who wish to do us harm. The Trump administration has already made this a top priority. In the first 9 months of 2017, federal prosecutions for possession of an illegal firearm increased by 15%, and the number of people charged with using a firearm in a crime also improved. Now compare that with the Obama administration, which in 2010 prosecuted only 44 of nearly 50,000 fugitives and felons who attempted to illegally purchase firearms. Think about that, only 44 out of 50,000. At the end of the day, the Constitution declares that gun ownership is not a privilege that is just for a select reserved few, but a protected and fundamental freedom guaranteed for all law-abiding citizens. With that in mind, I'm very concerned about H.R. 8, which Democrats tout as a universal background checks bill, but it's actually the first step toward creating a national gun registry. I know my friends from across the aisle will point to the fact that language in the bill explicitly prohibits the creation of a national gun registry. However, the U.S. Department of Justice has said that universal background checks would only be enforceable if there is a mandatory national registration of firearms. So with that said, Professor Malcolm, do you think the American people should be concerned that H.R. 8 would ultimately lead to a national gun registry?
I think they do and should be concerned. Great Britain had a national registry for firearms, and at one point in 1999, they banned the personal possession of handguns, and because there was a registry, they were able to get all of the handguns that people owned, the law-abiding people who had actually registered them. Within 10 years, the crimes with handguns had actually doubled. So it really did not take the guns away from the people who were going to misuse it. All it did was it disarmed the law-abiding people.
So Professor Malcolm, in your opinion, is H.R. 8 an effective way to address gun violence?
I don't think so. This committee obviously wants to do something that's going to make a difference, and that law is not going to make a difference. It's just going to make it harder for people, criminalize people who had innocently let someone else use their gun or have to pay an extra fee in order to be able to get a gun legally transferred.
Thank you, Professor Malcolm. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from California, Mr. Swalwell.
Thank you to the chairman, and I want to thank the students and parents who are here today. My congressional orientation was going on when Sandy Hook happened, and as awful as that was, I thought it was an opportunity for us to finally do something about gun violence in America. And after 6 years, from Sandy Hook to Pulse to Charleston and all the cities we've come to learn, and then Parkland happened. And I don't know why Parkland changed the way that our country started to look at this. Maybe it's because the students at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas could articulate what the beautiful babies at Sandy Hook could not, just the sense of loss, but their belief that you should have the right to learn, the right to go home, and the right to live in your classrooms. And you've given us a renewed sense of hope. And even though last night at the State of the Union, you didn't hear one single word from the president about gun violence, despite all the people in the gallery who had lost loved ones, and even the people he had brought, where the common tool of their loss was a firearm. Not one word. That didn't bother me, though, because I knew we'd be here today. The first historic hearing in 8 years on reducing gun violence. So thank you for giving us hope. Thank you to Mike Thompson, my colleague, who has continued to believe that we can do better and that we can start with background checks. And I just want to first address an argument that my colleagues keep making, which is that this will not reduce every gun violence death in America. That is absolutely true. But if that is your standard, then we should just all go home and never strive to do anything to make us safer in our communities. But if we work together on background checks, on mental health illness, which I believe is correctly identified as another issue, if we work together to study gun violence through research, if we make sure that in our cities we're investing in gang prevention, if we reduce to take the most dangerous weapons like assault rifles out of the hands of the most dangerous people, we can seriously reduce in our lifetime the number of families who would have to sit in a gallery and experience that loss. So thank you for being here. Thank you for giving us this renewed sense of hope. I want to also thank our law enforcement officers for what you do every day. My brothers are cops, my dad was a cop, and my fear is every day as they're out on the beat that they're outgunned. And I know that's why you're here, is to protect the men and women sworn in your department. Dr. Saccharin, you were at the State of the Union last night, and I was hoping you could talk about an issue that I'm very passionate about, which is having a ban on assault weapons. And I learned as a prosecutor that when a round flies out of an assault weapon, oftentimes, because of the pistol grip, because you can indiscriminately spray a crowd and you don't have to be an expert shot, you're firing a much more powerful round than many of the other weapons that are out there. And you've seen on your trauma room table the differences from what damage this does to the body. Could you just describe, why an assault weapon, if someone is hit with it, is different, and just why we should treat those differently than perhaps other weapons?
Sure. Thank you for the question, Congressman, and thanks for your leadership. When someone is hit with a bullet from an assault weapon, in addition to causing damage to the structures that are actually being hit, there's also a blast effect that occurs. And so there's damage to the surrounding tissue. So that damage is a lot more significant than you would see with, say a handgun, for example. And, we do everything we can to try to control hemorrhage, fix the damage, and, save lives. But that's not always possible.
Thank you, doctor. And I'll never forget, a trauma surgeon and a pathologist telling me when a victim that I had worked on his case, he was shot in the back of the thigh. 40 rounds fired at him, just hit once in the back of the thigh, and he passed away. And the pathologist and ballistics expert said it was because of just the sheer energy from the round. Also, I want to ask Ms. Thomas, thank you as well, Ms. Thomas, for testifying. Australia enacted a comprehensive buyback on assault weapons. It was about 650,000 assault weapons. Are you familiar with the effects after that buyback in their country when 35 people were killed and 28 were wounded in 1996?
Yeah, in the Port Arthur massacre, following that legislation being passed, there has not been a single mass shooting that has occurred in Australia since that time.
Thank you. I yield back.
For a moment before you yield back.
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Saccharin, just a yes or no. Is the extra energy and the difference between being hit by an assault weapon, the assault rifle, and something else, is that because of the much greater velocity of the round from the assault rifle than from a normal gun?
The kinetic energy that is being transmitted to the body is much.
And that extra kinetic energy is because of the greater velocity?
Velocity does have to do with the kinetic energy, correct.
Thank you very much. Mr. Klein is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've been up here a month, and during the campaign, I've been in the legislature at the state level for 16 years, so I had a pretty good idea of what the role of the state legislature was. At the federal level, during the campaign, I carried around what I call the instruction manual, the Constitution, and I know that a lot of people like to talk about how, well, it's not that it wouldn't have affected any of these mass shootings, but it's that if we can take steps to prevent one more shooting or one more criminal from illegally purchasing a firearm, then it's worth essentially doing what this document tells us we should not do, which is infringe on the rights of the people to keep and bear arms. So it's important to remember that this is the instruction manual, and we need to keep it in mind as we talk about whether or not we're going to essentially violate it. So what I would ask, Professor, in your remarks, you mentioned that the Second Amendment, the framers bequeathed to us as individuals the right to keep and bear weapons in common use for self-defense and other lawful purposes. I would disagree with that in that the framers didn't bequeath to us that right. That is, God has given us that right. And we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. They are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights. And these rights are to be secured by government. And that's what this Constitution is for. And so, to my question, do you think that criminals who have committed crimes and ignored the law are going to suddenly miraculously follow new laws put in place that are going to prevent them from purchasing firearms without a background check?
No, clearly they're not going to be bothered by it. If they're not going to obey the laws against harming people and shooting people, they're not going to be worried about trying to get a gun through a legitimate source or following a background check. I mean, it's a shame because I think this committee could do really good work, but this particular law is not going to really help solve this problem.
Thank you. And to Ms. Thomas, I'm reading your testimony and would ask you a similar question. Do you believe that criminals who have ignored the laws, I mean, you talk about 96% of inmates who were prohibited from possessing a firearm at the time they committed their crime obtained a gun in violation of that prohibition. Do you believe that they are suddenly miraculously going to follow a law in order to violate another law?
I believe that we need to pass H.R. 8 because it will actually enable the existing federal law that's on the books to be properly enforced. We currently prohibit those individuals from acquiring firearms, and they can very easily go online, go to a gun show, go to a parking lot, and buy a gun from an unlicensed seller. That seller is not breaking any law when they transfer the gun without a background check. So we're not just talking about the buyer of the gun breaking the law. We're also creating a system where the sellers of firearms understand that part of that transfer must entail a background check as well. So we're basically taking the law that exists and we're making it actually applicable to all sales as it should be.
Do you believe that a registry is necessary as part of that system?
This law, H.R. 8, prohibits a registry.
But do you believe that a registry is necessary as part of that system?
I don't. I believe that H.R. 8 being passed is a very important first step to reducing gun violence in America, and it prohibits a registry from being created.
Do you believe that Heller was correctly decided?
I support the decisions of our Supreme Court.
So you think it was correctly decided?
I think that it overturned previous precedent, and we agree that there are some issues with the decision based upon its interpretation of the Second Amendment, but we support the decisions of our Supreme Court.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
You, Mr. Jeffries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank all of the witnesses for your presence here today. Let me begin with Professor Malcolm. The National Rifle Association opposes expanding background checks to cover firearm purchases at gun shows, true?
The right to life? I didn't get the first part of your...
The NRA.
Oh, the NRA.
You're familiar with
Yes.
that organization, correct?
Yes, I didn't. Yes.
Okay. They oppose background checks to cover the gun show loophole, true?
There's almost no gun show loophole.
Okay.
They're virtually, but they do not want a registry, and they do not want things made more cumbersome for people who would like to be able to get
Claiming my time, I didn't say anything about a registry. You oppose expanding the background check requirement for the gun show purchases, true?
We're not just talking about gun shows. We're talking about making people in private sales have to go through background checks and making the whole system much more cumbersome.
I'm asking you specifically about gun shows. Do you support expanding background checks to cover gun shows or not?
There's almost no need for that.
Okay, I take that as a no. Thank you. In terms of expanding background checks for gun sales on the internet, the NRA opposes expanding background checks to cover such sales, true?
I'm really not privy to all of their decisions on these things.
Okay, you oppose background checks as it relates to internet gun show sales, true?
Can I just say, I would like to see the background check that we now have used properly. And it is not, because too many people are not put on that background check who ought to be.
Okay, now, you are the Patrick Henry Professor of Constitutional Law and the Second Amendment at George Mason University, is that right?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that this position is bought and paid for by the NRA?
I don't know.
Okay, this position was created in 2003, true?
I don't know what the background is, but I will say that that George Mason University has been very conscious of being sure that any contributions to the law school for any particular positions don't have any strings attached. And you can check what, the procedures are for that.
Okay, now when the position was created, it was a direct result of a $1 million endowment from the National Rifle Association Foundation, correct?
I was not at George Mason University in 2002, so I really don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
You seem to have more information about it than I do.
Okay. The NRA Foundation has continued to give money to the law school, is that right?
I assume so, if that was an endowment.
Okay. I asked unanimous consent to enter.
You think that's funny? I really don't know.
No, I didn't laugh. I asked you, this is not a laughing matter. This is a gun violence epidemic that we have in America. Now, let me ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the 990 forms from the NRA Foundation for the years 2012, 13, 14, 15, and 16.
Without objection, the documents will be entered into the record.
So in 2012, the NRA Foundation gave $100,000 to the law school in connection with the position that you hold and for, quote, Second Amendment study, correct?
Well, I presume that they did, but they didn't have anything to do with my particular job.
Okay,
I don't get a penny more for having that.
Okay, you arrived in 2013, is that right?
Excuse me?
You arrived in
Yes,
2013?
2006.
You arrived?
But I didn't have the chair until later.
That's correct. In 2013, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, now in 2013, the NRA Foundation gave $100,000 to the George Mason University Law School for, quote, Second Amendment study, true?
Presumably they did.
In 2014, the NRA Foundation gave $100,000 to the George Mason University Law School for, quote, special grants, other studies related to the Second Amendment, true?
They have not subsidized anything that I have done. I was hired, I was given this chair because I had already done serious work on the legal and constitutional background of the Second Amendment.
Okay, what we found is that the NRA has given $1 million to endow the position that you now hold, hundreds of thousands of dollars over the last several years. And the problem is we can have a legitimate debate about how to deal with the gun violence epidemic, but it's hard to have that legitimate debate when the NRA functions as holding others who are supposedly participating in this debate like they are wholly owned subsidiaries. Not saying you are or you aren't, but we do know that in connection with the position you hold, it's funded by the National Rifle Association. I yield back.
Thank you. The time of the gentleman has expired.
Mr. Chairman,
There's a vote. There's a vote on the floor now. There are 2 votes on the floor. There are 6 minutes and 46 seconds remaining on the first vote. 363 people not having voted yet. The committee will stand in recess until immediately after the second vote in this series, which will probably be about 15 minutes. Members of the audience are advised there is no crowd outside, so you probably won't give up your seat if you walk out. Committee will come to order. Continue with questioning the witnesses.
Mr. Chairman, before we continue.
For what purposes does the gentleman seek recognition?
I would just like to make a clarification. I know at the end there was some discussion concerning the effectiveness or lack of effectiveness there is by who or who may not have received funds in a certain time. And I think one of the things we got to be very careful of here is every witness that comes here will come representing who they represent and from the areas that they do. And some of the witnesses here would not have been probably called if they had not been participants in the political process for your side of the aisle or possibly my side of the aisle. These are things that happen and they are disclosed. I think throwing that out there, especially to witnesses or even other members, implying that something changes for them, I think we need to be very careful of. Otherwise, we can just start admitting the records of donations from groups that are testifying here today on contributions and everything else. We just need to keep this on level with people from their background, knowing their background. Let's all have an honest argument without questioning the motives of or the trajectory of the motives from folks that we have seen. And with that, I'll yield back.
I'll now recognize the gentleman from North Dakota, Mr. Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And in my never-ending quest to educate people about the way we live in North Dakota, earlier this morning in H.R. 1, I was explaining that we're the only state in the nation without voter registration. So in quest to solve problems in other areas, we actually make it more difficult to do things in my state. And I will continue, I think, on that a little bit here, and I'm going to talk particularly about the exceptions. And it's obvious to someone who has spent his entire life hunting, and whether it's bow hunting, upland game hunting, or rifle, or big game hunting, that when people write exceptions to laws like this, we do it in a way that actually doesn't take into account the rural nature of places where I live. And North Dakota's a beautiful place. I invite anybody to come there whenever they can. Probably not today, it's 35 below wind chill. But when we're talking about how we designate exceptions to this H.R. 8, we're talking about exclusively at shooting ranges, shooting galleries, or other designated areas. And in the noble goal of trying to end gun violence in other areas, I just want everybody to be aware that we are creating felons out of every ranch, federal felons out of every ranch and farm kid in North Dakota. We do not have designated shooting ranges. We do not have shooting galleries. We borrow our buddy a rifle to shoot in a stubble field prior to them going hunting, or whether it's pheasant hunting, whether it's deer hunting, whether it's any of those areas. So when we are dealing with these issues, I want to make it perfectly clear that we are also creating significant burdens on a way of life to the entire Midwest population, not just in North Dakota. And I actually want to thank Congress for a couple things, and I can do this because I wasn't here when these passed, so it's not self-gratifying. H.R. 4477, which was the Fix NICS Act of 2017, was passed. And this is how we approach gun law. North Dakota has incredibly pro-Second Amendment law, but what we do with our law enforcement and our state policy is absolutely go after prohibited people. We do everything we can to make sure law-abiding citizens can use their Second Amendment rights, but we continually work with domestic violence groups, law enforcement, to ensure that prohibited people don't have access to the firearms they're supposed to. And the Fix NICS Act was something that we, even in as pro-Second Amendment state as North Dakota, we have been utilized. Also, H.R. 4909, which is the Stop School Violence Act, is provided programs that are utilized in North Dakota right now. Our rural schools, some of them have been built in 1950s, and when we deal with school safety, we oftentimes don't have, it's not a matter of whether we have a school resource officer in one school in the community, we often don't have law enforcement that can respond within 45 minutes of some of our rural towns. So these grants help us provide school safety divided into the scenarios in which they exist at that point in time. So I would like to thank Congress for those. I would argue personally that the Concealed Carry Reciprocity Act, which has passed the House and hasn't gotten through the Senate, is also a way to help deter more gun crime. And finally, I would just say, as somebody who's practiced criminal defense in federal court, I think just as a matter of statutory construction, we should be a little careful about the number of adjectives we use in the criminal code. Adjectives are a petri dish for trial lawyers, and purely outside of any partisanship or anything else, when we use a lot of ly words, they tend to be litigated in front of 12 people very extensively. But I do have one question for Ms. Thomas, and when you were talking to Congressman Klein earlier, you were talking about this being an important act and that without a registry it doesn't matter. Under President Obama administration, they received a white paper from Greg Ridgway, and essentially the white paper says that these gun laws do not work without a national registry. So my question is, was the Obama administration wrong?
I'm not sure exactly what you're asking, but if your question is whether or not it's appropriate to pass H.R. 8 without a registry, my answer would be yes, it is absolutely incumbent on us to pass H.R. 8, even though it prohibits a registry from being formed, because it will encompass a larger majority of background checks on all gun sales than what we have in place now.
Okay, and forgive me because my old criminal defense attorney mind's coming in place, but that without the registry, how is it enforceable?
Because every sale and transfer of a gun requires a background check, so when guns are recovered in crimes, it will be much easier for law enforcement to discover if guns haven't had a background check on them and to trace them back to their original source. And in that instance, it would be very easy to know if there was no background check conducted.
Yeah, I'd ask for unanimous consent to offer this summary of select firearm violence prevention strategies by Greg Ridgway into the record. And I
Without objection, the document will be entered into the record.
And I yield back my time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Thank you. Now recognize the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I want to first recognize my wonderful constituent, Andrea Chambly, who's here today. She lost her husband, John McNamara, in the terrible massacre that took place in Annapolis. He was a reporter and a celebrated editor of the Capital Gazette. Thank you for joining us, Andrea, and you stand for hundreds of people here today who've lost family members and friends, and hundreds of thousands across the country who are begging us to do something. Mr. Nadler, thank you for this hearing, which is extraordinary because it's the first hearing on gun violence in more than 8 years in the House of Representatives. In that time, we've seen not only the daily mounting gruesome death toll in every community across America, where 96 people die from gun violence every day, and 246 every day are shot and wounded, where 8 children or teens die from gun violence every day, and where 39 young people are shot and wounded. But over the last 8 years, we've seen 6 of the 10 worst gun massacres in the history of the United States of America. The Las Vegas massacre with 58 dead, the Pulse nightclub massacre with 49 dead, Sandy Hook, 20 kids and 6 grown-ups, Stoneman Douglas, 17 adults, and on and on. And to the wonderful people who've assembled here today, taking time off from school, off from work to come to bear witness to the people you've lost in your lives, I want to say that you are the repositories of the memories of your loved ones, but we are the repositories of the legislative memories of what has happened here. And we must never forget. I've only been here for 2 years, but I want to tell you in that time, I saw several of those massacres, including the Vegas massacre and the Stoneman Douglas massacre, and we had not a single hearing on a universal criminal background check. We had 3 hearings in this committee with Diamond and Silk to talk about imaginary offenses online. And they brought us 2 bills. One, the aforementioned bill, the Concealed Carry Reciprocity Act, a complete misnomer. It has nothing to do with reciprocity. It would demolish every state's concealed carry law so that if you can get a gun in the most permissive state in the union, which I think is still Florida, where 1.5 million people have the right to carry a loaded concealed weapon, then you can go anywhere in the country. That's what they brought us. Oh, and they brought us one other bill, which was to legalize silencers in America. That sounds not like a common sense public safety agenda. That sounds like a mafia agenda to legalize silencers across the country. That is what we have dealt with in this committee, which is why today is such a remarkable breath of fresh air and why Americans across the country are looking at the House of Representatives with hope today. Now, the universal criminal background check is backed by more than 95% 5% of the American people, the vast majority of Democrats, the vast majority of Republicans, independents, gun owners. Everybody thinks that you should not be able to purchase a firearm in America if you can't pass a simple criminal and mental background check. So we're screening out felons and fugitives, people who are violently unstable, undocumented aliens. These are the people that we're trying to catch. And what do we hear from the other side? We hear, well, this punishes law-abiding people. You should go after the criminals. That's precisely what we're trying to do. We're trying to keep them from getting guns in the first place. We are trying to close the loopholes here today. Now, we're hearing that there's a lot of Second Amendment verbiage floating around the room, and yet I have yet to hear a single argument that this legislation in H.R. 8 is unconstitutional. Not one. Now, the distinguished ranking member of the committee, I think, was offended by the gentleman from New York's line of questioning about Professor Malcolm's background and the character of her professorship at George Mason. Fine, if you're not interested in trying to determine the sources of the income for her chairmanship, let's leave that to the side. Let's go to the content of Professor Malcolm's testimony. Professor Malcolm, I'm a fellow professor of constitutional law, so I was all excited for your testimony because before I was a member of Congress, I loved nothing more than to be able to do a legal analysis and bring it to Congress and say, here's my understanding of what the law is. But I searched in vain your entire testimony for any legal analysis of the Second Amendment constitutionality of H.R. 8. And I'm wondering, have you written a separate law review article or a separate legal analysis? Because I understand this is more of a policy statement.
I have not written an analysis of this particular bill, but I would like to say that I deeply resent the assertion that I am a wholly owned subsidiary.
I didn't say anything about that.
I know you didn't.
Okay, well, I'm sorry, I'm going to reclaim my time because we have very little time here. Let me go to this question. Do you have an opinion as the Second Amendment chairholder at the George Mason Antonin Scalia School of Law, do you have a legal opinion that you have formed, even without an analysis that's written, as to the constitutionality of H.R. 8?
I have a legal opinion that the constitutional right that is associated with the instant background check as it now stands is constitutional. It just doesn't work very well.
Okay, so
it doesn't work
all right,
very
well,
well
we'll go to the ATF for their thoughts on that. But you're saying as a constitutional matter, the legislation before us is perfectly constitutional today. And Dr. Sacron, do you agree with that? That H.R. 8 is perfectly constitutional?
I'm not a lawyer, and I'm here in my capacity as a trauma surgeon, but we currently have licensing that is actually evaluating people for background checks. So this is just talking about ensuring we close those loopholes and expand that to the rest of the public. So
okay, and it doesn't deny anybody the right to access a gun who has a Second Amendment right to get one. It's only the people that Justice Scalia enumerated in the Heller decision as being not eligible because they might be mentally defective or felons or fugitives and so on, right?
Correct.
That's your understanding of it. Okay. I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank the gentleman. I now recognize the gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Jayapal. Who's not here? Correa. The gentleman from California, Mr. Correa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I want to thank you for holding this most important hearing. And of course, I want to also thank all the young people in the audience today. This is your day. And I'm glad you're here and forced to show that you care about this issue. A lot of you here have also been painfully touched, personally touched by a loss due to gun violence. And thank you also for being here. I thank the panelists also for your expert testimony today. And Ms. Lindquist, I want to personally thank you as well for bravery, for being here to tell us about that horrible experience of yours. Half dozen years ago, my wife was attacked, mugged, and like in your situation, somebody came up behind her and grabbed her and threw her down and beat her up. And I can tell you for many, many months, I was there helping her nurse back her wounds, not only the physical, but the emotional that she still carries. We don't wish that on anybody. Very, very tough issue here. Professor Malcolm, you're absolutely right. This is going to make it a little more expensive for somebody to purchase a weapon. The bureaucratic issues involved are going to slow down the process. As I think about this bill, I think back to my district. where I've had to attend many funerals, way too many funerals, of young people, very young teenagers, being the victims of gang violence. And as I think about your testimony here, is this bill going to stop somebody from buying a gun illegally? I don't think it does. I don't think it does. Yet, as I think about society today, what goes on in our streets, I'm going to come back to something that the Chief Acevedo said, which is a question in my mind is, will this legislation save a life? Will it save one life? Because when I have constituents that have been touched, that have been hurt by gun violence, my question is, Chief Acevedo, is this bill going to save one life or many lives? Or none at all?
No, thank you for the question. This bill will definitely save lives. There's no doubt about it. What this bill does is not keep guns out of the hands of law-abiding Americans of sound mind, which I don't know if anyone...
What was that? What did you just...
It will not keep firearms out of the hands of law-abiding Americans of sound mind. What it will do is make it more difficult for those that use these loopholes at gun shows, on the internet, straw purchasers, that are driven by greed, that then go out and purchase these firearms and then sell them to those crooks. It's going to make it more difficult for the bad guys. And we're going to support the good guys with guns. And we're going to talk about other good guys with guns. We also need to talk about what do we do to keep guns out of the bad guys with guns. And this is exactly what this bill will do. That's why the major city chiefs has been very vocal. The mayors have been very vocal. Prosecutors have been very vocal. And I would like to tell you to the folks that are in our emergency rooms that thanks to the medicine, the quality of the medicine we have today, the scourge of gun violence and the deaths from it would be quite more horrifying than we experience. I want to say to the trauma docs, you are in your lane, stay in the lane, which is saving lives, not selling guns.
Thank you very much. Same question to Major Tab Harper. Both of you have been on the beat. You are where the rubber meets the road. You've seen that violence. Will this bill, will this legislation, H.R. 8, save lives?
Thank you for your question, sir. And our primary responsibility is preservation of life, and I stand arm in arm with the chief. Yes, I believe that we will save lives.
And so this legislation is really a major step forward in keeping guns away from those that are really not qualified to own a gun. Mr. Chair, I yield.
Thank the gentleman. Mr. Richmond is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Malcolm, I believe two people earlier said that none of these bills would do anything to save a life. But if we look at the Charleston loophole, wouldn't that have prevented the perpetrator from purchasing that gun?
And, excuse me, what?
The Charleston loophole, the loophole that says if your background check does not come back in 72 hours, then you automatically can purchase the firearm. In his case, his background check came back after 4 days, and what came back would have prevented him from being able to buy the gun, which in my mind, therefore, would have prevented the Emanuel 9 massacre in Mother Emanuel Church and the loss of 9 lives. So my question is, closing that loophole would have saved 9 lives.
In that one case, it probably would, but there are very few people like that man who actually go through the whole process knowing that they're planning to misuse a firearm.
Well, may be and may not, because I think he had a bad address. So logic would tell me that if you go in and you give a little bit of bad information, like an incorrect address that may delay the background check from coming back, the goal is for the background check to come back after 72 hours and you can purchase your gun. Also, people like to point out the assault weapons ban and what effect that had. Let me tell you what effect it had, because I was young in those days, and I lived in the hot streets during the 90s. That assault weapons ban made the price of a Uzi go up from $400 in a store to $1,500. And therefore, that mad person may have had $400 in his pocket, but not $1,500. And it delayed the time in which he could get his hands on a gun legally or illegally, which allowed for a cooling period to happen. And I hear many people say that this may put a burden on lawful gun owners, which I'm one. And when I went to purchase my gun, I did not need it immediately. If I had to wait 2 days, that was okay. The person who needs a gun right then and there is probably the person we don't want with a gun right then and there. But let me just remind this committee of what I believe was a missed opportunity back in 1990, the same time when the streets were hot because of crack cocaine. This body, this committee, this Congress decided that it would treat the crack cocaine epidemic in a different way, that it would find the cure to it in mass incarceration. What we didn't do is treat it as the substance abuse problem that it was. Had we declared it a health epidemic back in 1990, guess what would have happened? We'd have substance abuse clinics and infrastructure all across this country. And the opioid victims that we see today would have a place to go because we would have responded correctly back in 1990. Now, the question is, why am I saying that? Because we have an opioid epidemic. And the president just declared it a public health crisis. And last year, opioids, we lost 14,000 individuals. Synthetic opioids, 28,000. Heroin, 15,000. It is a health epidemic. But last year we lost 39,773 people to gun violence, which is a health epidemic. And the question becomes, let's assume I'm wrong, Dr. Malcolm. Let's assume it's not. But what harm is there in trying to figure out the link between guns and the violence and letting CDC and NIH, smart people who are doctors, who are smarter than me, what's wrong with letting them study it to come back to us with recommendations? Because that's what we're doing with the opioid epidemic. I don't want us to come here in 20 years like I'm doing now and somebody saying they had a chance to remove the Dickey Amendment, allow NIH, CDC, and experts to study it, but they didn't do it during that time because the pressure was too hot. And now, 20 years later, we're gone down a road and we're losing so many kids. So please tell me, what's the harm in studying it?
Guns are not a disease. They should be studied by people who are law enforcement, who know more about crime on the streets, of all of the other kinds of possibilities. And also, there's a right, a constitutional right for ordinary people to protect themselves with firearms. There is no right to have an opioid, and it's a good idea that there isn't, because you're right, it's a terrible epidemic. But doctors are not the best ones to be studying the best solutions for gun control. What I would like to see, and this committee, or at least the Congress has taken it up in the past, is something more done to help people who are dangerously mentally ill. And I think that would be a tremendous help, because most of the people who have committed these mass murders are people who really need some kind of help. And we have dismantled our health establishment and not really put anything very good in its place. And while it's not a very sexy subject, I think it would be a tremendous help to try to help them.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record? It's an annotation from Dr. Saccharon's testimony where it says firearm injury and death in America is not only a disease, and it references, what I'd like to enter into the record is by Lerner Hargarten, Gun Violence, a Biopsychosocial Disease.
Without objection, the material will be entered into the record. Ms. Jayapal is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to start by saying thank you to all of you. I know this has been a long day, but I especially want to thank those of you in the audience who are survivors of gun violence, who are family members. I want to thank you, Alea, for your excellent testimony. The reality is you all are putting this issue on the map, and I am so deeply grateful for that. I just have to, before I get into my questions, say to Professor Malcolm, with all due respect, seatbelts were not considered a public health crisis initially. Cigarettes were not either, but we took on smoking, we took on seatbelts, as Dr. Sakran said, and that is what we need to do with gun violence. Every day we know 109 people are killed by gun violence, hundreds more are injured, and I wanted to call attention to the fact that every 16 hours a woman is killed by an abuser with a firearm. And in the United States today, 4.5 million women have been threatened by an abuser with a firearm. I'm proud to be from Washington State, where we have consistently passed some of the most sweeping gun reform pieces of legislation and initiatives, including comprehensive background checks in 2014, in 2016 allowing courts to issue extreme risk protection orders, as many of you have spoken about, and then most recently in 2018, raising the legal age to purchase a semi-automatic rifle to 21 and requiring safe storage. In 2014, we passed a law allowing courts to ask domestic violence perpetrators to surrender their firearms when judges determine that they're a credible threat. Seattle and King County established a regional domestic violence firearms enforcement unit that in 2018 collected over 466 firearms, potentially saving the lives of countless survivors of domestic violence and others. I read, Professor Malcolm, that you have said some things that imply or perhaps outright say that repossession of firearms could lead to the government repossessing other things such as fire extinguishers. That so-called slippery slope argument is really a tremendous disservice, and so I just wanted to give you a chance to tell me if you believe that repossessing firearms from people under court order to surrender their firearms is going to result in the police repossessing fire extinguishers. And you
I
can just
never
give me a
wrote
yes or
that.
no.
I never
Okay,
did.
and so that is untrue.
That's
You
untrue.
do not believe in
Yeah,
that
fire
slippery slope argument.
extinguishers,
Great.
no.
So you have also asserted that women should carry guns for their own protection because, and I believe this is your quote, government can't protect everybody, people have to be able to protect themselves. Is that correct? And again, a yes,
Yes.
or no answer? A yes. Okay. So let me turn to you, Major Tapp Harper, as the commander of the Domestic Violence Unit for the Baltimore City Sheriff's Office. Do you agree with Professor Malcolm's position that victims of domestic violence will be safer if they have guns?
I'd like to point to what the national statistics say on this, and specifically what Dr. Jacqueline Campbell says. And what she says, quote, is, and what about the notion that if women were armed, they'd be safer? In a survey of women in a shelter, fewer than 1 in 20 abused women who had access to a gun reported having ever used it in self-defense against their abuser. In another national study, owning a handgun neither increased nor decreased abused women's risk of being killed by a partner. A third study showed that among California purchasers of handguns, women who purchased handguns had a 50% increase in risk of homicide, all of which could be attributed to homicide by an intimate partner. While this study cannot
Let me just stop you right there. I'm sorry, I'm running out of time, but that was just what I was looking for. And so let me just ask a question of Dr. Is it Sakran or Sakran? Sakran, okay, great. Last year, when we became the first state in the country to pass a bill allowing people at high risk of suicide to voluntarily register themselves to temporarily suspend their ability to purchase a firearm, I want to go to that. In your experience as Director of Emergency General Surgery at Johns Hopkins, do you think there is more that we should be doing to prevent suicide by firearm?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So this is such an important piece because I think it's been glossed over during the discussion this afternoon. Actually, most firearm deaths are from suicide, and people keep dismissing that. Yeah. Suicide is actually a violent death that people commit to themselves. When you look at the healthcare community, we actually often don't see a lot of these victims because they're going straight to the morgue. Why is that? Because there's such a high case fatality rate that exists when you try to commit suicide using a firearm versus if you're taking pills and trying to overdose. It's completely disparate. And so absolutely we should be doing more. Our families, our community needs to be involved in that process, which is why different pieces of legislation like you've done in Washington is useful.
Thank you so much. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back, and I'm looking forward to much more work on this topic.
Thank you. Ms. Scanlon.
It's been 8 years and hundreds of thousands of lives lost to gun violence since the last time Congress held a hearing on this issue. And while Congress has shirked its responsibility to address the epidemic of gun violence, the grassroots demand for action has taken root and been so well represented here today. We're at a critical moment where we can save the lives of thousands of Americans, and if we can, I think we must. This isn't a Second Amendment issue. This is a public health crisis. As the gentleman from Maryland and Florida pointed out, the common sense measures that Congress is considering all pass constitutional muster, even under the restrictive reading of the Constitution espoused by the late Justice Scalia. I grew up in a family where responsible gun ownership was common, a family of veterans and hunters who understood the value of safe gun policies. But those aren't the individuals we're talking about here today. We're talking about the background checks we need to keep firearms out of the hands of criminals and gun traffickers, keeping weapons of war off the street, and keeping illegal guns out of our community. And as several people have suggested, how we can help keep guns out of the hands of those who represent a danger to themselves or others. We need a multifaceted approach to address a multi-pronged public health program, one that in the terms of the breadth and depth of its impact on Americans could legitimately be declared a national emergency. It's a problem that demands a research-based and data-driven response, as suggested by the law enforcement and medical professionals who've testified here today. I want to take a moment to address two of my constituents attending today's hearing who've turned their personal tragedies into advocacy. Beverly Wright lost her son to random gun violence when he was just 23 years old. She has since started support groups for families in my district who've been impacted by gun violence. I was struck last night and again this morning when Beverly and other families of gun violence victims greeted each other with hugs as though they were close associates. But then I realized that's exactly what they are. They're members of an ever-growing club that no one wants to be a member of. I want to thank them for their tireless advocacy to make sure that their club does not keep growing. My other guest is Malcolm Yates, who was just 7 years old when he survived a shooting at a Philadelphia candy store that claimed the life of his 5-year-old brother. He has since started a foundation and a community center in his brother's name and has become a community activist. I was proud to have Malcolm and Beverly as my guests at the State of the Union last night, and I'm even prouder that they're here today at this historic hearing. They know what some still refuse to acknowledge, that thoughts and prayers after shootings are not enough, that gun violence has become a constant in too many of our communities, invading our streets, our offices, our places of worship, and our schools. It is time for our collective outrage to drive common sense gun legislation, and for that legislation to become law. Before I get to my questions, I want to echo my colleagues in thanking the chairman for having this important hearing and thanking our witnesses for being here and sharing their stories and expertise. To that end, Major Tapp Harper, my district is in southeastern Pennsylvania, and as such, we're impacted by what some call the iron pipeline, seeing guns from southern states with weak gun safety laws travel to our city streets in Pennsylvania. Can you speak to how better tracking of lost or stolen guns can help prevent this phenomenon and decrease gun violence?
I think universal laws that I talked about earlier and strengthening those federal laws is the way. I think that's the way to keep everybody safe, as I mentioned earlier.
Okay. And Chief Acevedo, how can the federal government, including the ATF, be more involved and active in stemming the problem of gun trafficking? How can we help local law enforcement? It'll go back in.
Can you move that other mic over there, perhaps? No. Or that one?
You have to slide the brown box.
Sorry about that. I'll fix it here in a sec. Oh, you fixed it? Thank you. You get an assist. First of all, we need to get ATF up and running. It is an open secret amongst law enforcement circles that Congress has handcuffed the ATF. And so if Congress is interested in fighting gun violence, we need to properly fund the ATF, increase the number of agents on the ground in an ATF, and actually go after all the illegal guns. They are a phenomenal partner. I think they're underappreciated, but sadly, I don't think the American people know what a great asset that organization is and how much it's being underutilized as a result of a lack of funding and support from Congress.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia of Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I too want to thank the audience. I know we started out at 10 o'clock, and here we are. Who can do the math real quickly? About 4 or 5 hours later. So thanks for hanging on to us with us. And to Ms. Eastwood and Ms. Lindquist, thank you so much for sharing. I know it takes a lot of courage to come before us and share your stories. Please know that we all were genuinely touched, and we certainly stand with you in trying to make changes in both of the areas that you both talked about. Chief, I wanted to start with you. I know this is not an immigration hearing, although it began to sound like one earlier, but there was a comment made about criminal aliens, which of course is a word, as my colleague from Houston, that I find very offensive. And there was a question that there was a statement made that implied that every unauthorized immigrant that comes to this country quickly goes to get a gun and starts committing some heinous crime. I know you track a lot of this because I've heard your stats in Houston. And could you tell us, comparatively speaking, in terms of the crimes committed by unauthorized immigrants versus non-immigrants?
Well, thank you. I mean, first, I really started to think it was an immigration hearing when Mr. Gates started speaking earlier, and then I thought I was being forgotten, like the children that have been taken from their mothers for seeking asylum in the United States, who we can't seem to find or account for. But let me just be real clear. Every study that we've seen will show that undocumented immigrants are underrepresented in terms of their commission of crimes. Most of those individuals are here to seek a better way of life, like every one of our ancestors. Mr. Getz gave us a handful and attributed them to undocumented immigrants, yet my testimony included mass shooting events in the United States occurring between June 2015 to January 2019.
You had the whole list.
Yes, and that included 41 mass shootings with 251 Americans killed, 1,095 injured, and to my knowledge, I don't believe a single one of those shooters were undocumented immigrants. So I think we need to keep that in mind. Having said that, undocumented immigrants should not be able to possess or actually purchase guns. And by not supporting this legislation, we're not only making it easier for those undocumented immigrants that are actually criminal immigrants that actually prey on other immigrants and others, and terrorists from getting firearms. So if we really want to keep firearms out of the hands of undocumented immigrants, we know that whether we build the wall or not, they're going to go under the wall, through the wall, over the wall, but we know that you're not going to keep them all out, and so we need to do everything we can to keep firearms in the hands of law-abiding Americans of sound mind, and that's what this legislation helps to do.
Thank you, Chief. And now to the doctor. I read in your written testimony that you suggest that there's about a $221 billion, and that's billion with a B, in economic costs to the medical healthcare system in dealing with the violence and the trauma care that you must provide. And I must tell you that I signed up for a doctor for a day program with the Bentop Hospital in Houston. I'm sure you know it. It's a world-known trauma center.
and I got to be in the surgery room when a gunshot victim came in, and I watched the whole surgery. I think they were surprised because a lot of people see a lot of blood for the first time and they faint. I did not faint. I got through it. What is the economic impact? Is that the latest figure for when? And about how much is it like per victim that comes in?
Well, thank you for that question, and I'm glad that you had the opportunity to experience what we're seeing, every day when it comes to these gunshot wound victims. When you look at if the human impact is not enough, there is an economic impact, as you allude to. The economic impact actually is very difficult to narrow down. So we did a study just published last year in Health Affairs that essentially found that about the cost is about $2.8 billion. And this is just the cost of patients that are coming to the hospital after having been shot. When you look at the societal cost, that's even more tremendous. And there's figures over $220 billion that is out there in the literature that's stated. And so it's hard to, kind of really narrow that down because there's a lot of things that you have to take into factor. Can they go back to work and other societal aspects? But it's a significant economic impact to our healthcare system and to our country.
So not only is it a public health issue, it's an economic issue.
Absolutely. I mean, some of those figures, they're more than some of our departments and administrations are actually spending when you look at Department of Education and so forth. So just think about that for a second and think about all of that, essentially economic funds that are going to waste, not to mention people not being able to get back and integrate into society.
Well, thank you, and thank you so much for staying in your lane.
Thank you. The time of the gentlelady has
Thank you.
expired. Mr. Neguse is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for hosting this important hearing, and thank you to the witnesses, the survivors, the many folks who are gathered here today, and particularly the young folks, the activists with Moms Demand Action, so many people that have been highlighting this issue. We appreciate your activism and your service. I also want to make sure I recognize a constituent of mine back home, the founder of Moms Demand Action, Shannon Watts, who happens to live in Boulder, Colorado, where I represent and hail from, and who has led on this issue for so many years. And I'm proud to represent her and so many others in Colorado that have been touched by this issue. I, as I mentioned, have the great honor of representing the state of Colorado, and we have had multiple, countless tragedies of gun violence in our state. Some folks earlier mentioned Columbine High School in 1999, which killed 15, to the shooting in a movie theater in Aurora, Colorado in 2012, in which 12 people perished, along with countless others every day incidents of gun violence. At the time of the shooting at Columbine, I was 14 years old. I lived 10 minutes away and 10 miles away from that high school. But it is not my story that I want to share today. There are many survivors who have waited quite some time to have their experiences heard and acknowledged and true recognition given to this issue. And so I want to share one of their stories before I jump into my questions. A young man, Daniel Mauser, was killed in the Columbine shooting. He was roughly my age, 15 years old at the time. This April 20th, in just 2 months, will mark the 20th anniversary of the tragedy at Columbine High School in Littleton, Colorado. I spoke to Daniel's father yesterday, Tom Mauser, and he recounted the story to me, that just 2 weeks before the tragedy, 15-year-old Daniel asked his father a question at the dinner table, reflecting on a conversation in his debate class. He said, "Dad, did you know there are loopholes in the Brady Bill?" 2 weeks later, Daniel was killed at Columbine High School with a gun purchased through one of those loopholes. Daniel's father, Tom, remains haunted by that question today and by the hole in our gun laws that allowed his son to be killed. He has committed his life to championing this issue ever since his son's death. And when Tom first began sharing his story, he wore his son's shoes to speak with people, telling people that he had taken his son's place in the great debate about gun violence. Months after the Columbine tragedy, Colorado voters overwhelmingly voted to close the background check loophole, and many other states have since followed suit. The American people understand that we need to keep firearms out of the wrong hands, and yet it is 20 years later, And we at the federal level have shamefully done nothing about this issue. That is why I'm so excited to support H.R. 8 and so grateful to the sponsors, to Representative Thompson, the folks in the Gun Violence Prevention Task Force for leading on this issue. With that, I want to ask a question around extreme risk protection orders and red flag orders. I know it's been discussed at some length by the committee. As some folks may know, my home state of Colorado will soon take up similar legislation, and I support that legislation. I'm hoping we can work on that issue in this committee. But my question is for Major Tapp Harper. As a state that has enacted similar legislation, if you could just speak to some of the impacts that the legislation has had in your state.
Right, so this past year, Maryland just got the extreme risk protective order, and the importance of getting that, it now gives law enforcement officers and other individuals the option of getting protective orders, where in the past it was limited to certain family members and individuals who were married to a person. Otherwise, it would have to be a peace order. So that was very important. And the other thing is, if law enforcement officers see certain behaviors distributed, they can then go and get a protective order for that individual, and they can get the weapons from the home. So that's really important for us.
Thank you, Major Tapp Harper. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to yield the rest of my time, with your approval, to my colleague, Ms. Macbeth, because I believe her story is certainly one that we need to hear and want to make sure she has ample time to do so.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you very much to my colleague. During testimony before the Senate Judiciary Committee just a couple of weeks ago, Attorney General nominee William Barr said these words. He said, "We need to push along extreme risk protection orders, ERPOs, so that we have these red flag laws to supplement the use of background checks to find out if someone has a mental disturbance. This is the single most important thing that we can do in the gun control area to stop these mass shootings from happening in the first place." And I'd also like to say that Senator Graham and Senator Blumenthal introduced a bipartisan federal extreme risk law in the Senate last year that I also plan to develop for introduction in the House with my colleagues, hopefully very soon.
Ms. Macbeth, the gentleman's time has expired, but I will go ahead and recognize you for your time. The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Major Tapp Harper, do you agree with the Attorney General nominee that extreme risk law should be the top priority for gun violence prevention?
I do agree that extreme risk protective order laws are very important. There are several states that already have them, and the ones that don't, just as I mentioned earlier, with those federal laws, we need to become consistent as a country, and we need to get those laws in effect across the nation. So yes, I do think it's very important.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman? Go ahead. Do you want me to go ahead? Okay. Okay. Also, and all right, thank you. And the Binkleys know that Florida already has an extreme risk law in place when their daughter was murdered. These were the couple that I spent time with last night with the State of the Union address. They were my guests. They still believe in their potential of the extreme risk protection orders. They still believe in the potential alongside better officer training or more research into authentic makers of the dangerousness of these laws. Dr. Saccharin, how could Congress support the implementation of extreme risk laws?
Well, I think one thing that is important to recognize is, passing the legislation is one piece, but also raising education and awareness that actually is present is another. Thousand Oaks is another example where, that could have potentially been enforced. California has the ERPO laws, and these laws have been used in the past to, prevent suicide and other forms of gun violence. And we have other states where we've seen this, like Vermont, where, 2 months after the Parkland massacre, when it was implemented, they actually stopped an 18-year-old kid from proceeding with a mass shooting that was going to happen at a high school, and that was all documented. So I think passing the legislation is important, but also ensuring that we're raising awareness about it and people understand it and they know how to proceed and enact it is very critical.
Thank you. And Ms. Eastman, I'm so sorry. I was out of the room earlier when you gave your testimony, and I do apologize for not having been here. But I'd just like to thank you so much for your bravery. I cannot tell you how important your being here and all of the students and gun violence survivors, and I applaud you for being here. I just wanted to give you another chance to speak if you had anything else that you wanted to say, because your voice is extremely critical, and we need to hear more from you.
Thank you. I do believe that it's important that we continue to have hearings like this, and I strongly urge you guys to have a hearing again, but particularly to address gun violence in urban communities, because that hasn't been touched upon nearly enough during this hearing today. Again, Black and brown youth are disproportionately impacted by gun violence, and they are the #1 people impacted by gun violence. And we cannot continue to have hearings and not address those issues. So I do urge you guys to have another one, particularly for gun violence in marginalized communities. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back my time.
The gentlelady yields back. Thank you very much. I recognize the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Stanton, for 5 minutes.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for holding this hearing today. It's been a great hearing with outstanding testimony. It's my honor to serve on this committee and to sit next to Congresswoman McBath. And when this Congress finally does pass H.R. 8, I think we will, it'll honor you. It'll honor Congresswoman Giffords. It'll honor survivors of gun violence. It'll honor the family and friends of victims of gun violence. It'll be the right thing to do. Before I joined this distinguished body, I spent 6 years as a big city mayor, mayor of Phoenix, Arizona. There's a lot of big challenges in that job and even a few fears. But there is nothing that I feared more than when I get a call of a mass shooting in my city. We were lucky in Phoenix. Many other communities were not. Aurora, Newtown, Charleston, San Bernardino, Orlando, Las Vegas, Sutherland Springs, Parkland, Pittsburgh, Thousand Oaks. The list goes on and on. And it pains me, Mr. Chairman, that between the time when the first shot rang out at Newtown to today, this body has not held a single hearing, not a single hearing on what we can do to reduce gun violence until today. The American people deserve better. My community, like every American community, is not immune from gun violence. I can tell you that my darkest and hardest days as mayor were delivered at the hand of gun violence. Police officers were murdered by those who shouldn't have had a gun. Women and children were gunned down in acts of domestic violence by someone who should not have had a gun. I've mourned with family members who've lost loved ones to gun violence. I've worked alongside survivors and advocates whose lives have been torn apart and stitched back together, again, after encountering their worst fears. Our nation stops when there is a mass shooting, but here's the cold reality. Gun violence happens every single day in America. It takes lives every single day. But it has become so commonplace that it doesn't make headlines. We're here today to examine a public health crisis in our nation. Throughout my public service, I've met with people from all walks of lives, people from both sides of the aisle, and they all agree that we must do something to stop this violence, to stop innocent people from dying. Democrats and Republicans alike respect gun rights and are in favor of common sense gun laws. These are not competing values. 97% of Americans support background checks for every gun sale. 97%. That means gun owners, Republicans, they all support background checks, and that support is overwhelming. Background checks on all gun sales are the backbone of any comprehensive gun violence prevention plan. And for me, this is where we come together to make a difference. As difficult as it has been to hear the powerful testimony from our witnesses here today, we have a responsibility to listen and to not look away. There is a thread that weaves these experiences together. Too many guns are being used against innocent people, and too many ill-gotten guns are being used against innocent people, and we must put an end to it. And that's why this hearing is important, and the action that this committee is going to take in the next few days and weeks is very important. I do have time for maybe one or two questions. Ms. Thomas, I want to ask you about the NICS Act and the attempt to sort of fix the NICS Act. There are some loopholes remaining in that H.R. 8 would fill in. I wanted to inform this committee and maybe the public as to how H.R. 8 will help fix some of those loopholes.
Well, part of the problem that we're dealing with background checks is that while you go to a licensed gun dealer and the dealer conducts a background check, there's so many places where unlicensed dealers, and it's often called private sales, but the truth is it's not really just private sales. It's any sale by someone who's not choosing to be a licensed dealer. And those sales have really spread to the point where we don't even really know exactly where they're happening. We certainly know that they're happening through online sales like Arms List, which was referenced earlier. We certainly know they're happening at gun shows. Anyone who's been to a gun show knows that there are tables that say no background check required, where unlicensed dealers sell their guns and you don't need to take a background check. And they can be sold legally out of the trunk of a car on a corner without background checks in most states. So what this law does is it requires that whether you are a private seller, whether you're selling online, whether you're at a gun show, whether you're a licensed dealer, all of those transfers happen through a licensed dealer and include a background check. They will help us keep guns out of the hands of dangerous people and then enable us to look at next steps. Enforcing something like an extreme risk protective order also requires universal background checks, because without that in place, it's very difficult to keep individuals from acquiring new guns. So it is basically the floor that allows us to then look at all the other ways that we need to regulate guns in order to keep our community safer.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. The time of the gentleman has expired. Ms. Dean of Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to join my colleagues in saying that today is a day of action and it's a day of extraordinary hope. I want to thank all of you for being here. And for those who don't know, there's an overflow room of other members who came, activists, family members, victims who came. They wanted to be a part of this. So I thank you, those in the ante room, for being here and for remaining all these hours. I think about it, and I think about the time of our work in this day. And from the time we got up this morning until the time we'll go to bed tonight, another 300 people in this country will be shot, wounded, or killed. 100 people today will die of gun violence as we do our work or as we fail to do our work. 200 more will be wounded, literally caught in the crossfire. That's not just today. That's yesterday, that's tomorrow. And yet last night, we listened to a State of the Union address by the leader of the free world, the leader of this great democracy, that mentioned nothing about gun violence, about the scourge of gun violence that wounds or kills a total of 120,000 people a year. It is stunning. And for somebody to have testified that there's just been a small uptick in violence and in gun deaths, when 2 years ago there were 33,000 people who died of gun violence. Last year it was 40,000 people died, more than half to suicide. I don't call that a small uptick. If it's one more, it's not a small uptick if it's my family member. I want to thank in particular my guest who came with me last night, Ms. Jamie Amo. Jamie is a survivor of Columbine. She was a freshman that fateful day, and she described to me the fear, the sounds, the haunting hiding and trying to figure out where was a safe haven. And she is now a young mother of 3 and an advocate, and I'm so proud of you, Jamie. Here's why I'm proud of you. Because, as Abraham Lincoln said, public sentiment is everything. With public sentiment, nothing can fail. Without it, nothing can succeed. Public sentiment is on our side, Mr. Chairman, and I thank you for holding this hearing. I thank the champion, Chairman Thompson, and I want to thank Ms. Eastman for saying this is probably, no, you did say, not probably, you said this is the most important issue facing our generation. May this body hear you, pass this legislation, get it to the Senate, send it to the President, and begin to save lives. Ms. Whitaker, we must show that we care. We must act as though we care. I am mystified that the folks, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, instead of approaching this hearing today by saying, you're right, we have a problem, what can we do about it? Instead, their step immediately out of the box was, this isn't a good move. You're not going to save any lives this way. Let me tell you how background checks save lives. And as I end my statement, I want to pivot to Ms. Thomas, to the chief, and to the major to talk about the efficacy of background checks. Let me tell you the numbers in my state, Pennsylvania. As we know, nearly 40,000 people were killed by gun violence in 2017. Over 1,600 took place in my state of Pennsylvania. 91 of those lives were lost in my single district. We in Pennsylvania have not only the NICS system, but we have a robust overlay, the Pennsylvania Instant Check System. And I will ask at the end of my time, Mr. Chairman, for unanimous consent to put in a report of the 2017 PICS annual report showing the efficacy of the PICS and NICS systems. Here's some of the numbers. Between its inception in 1998, and this is run by the Pennsylvania State Police, heroically, frankly, with such duty and care. Since its inception till 2017, PICS referred more than 26,000 investigations, were responsible for more than 7,000 arrests, almost 4,000 convictions as a result of prohibited purchasers attempting to purchase and failing background checks. And of those, PICS has been responsible for the apprehension of more than 2,200 individuals with active arrest warrants. So for those who would have you believe, oh, that the bad guys aren't ever going to try to go buy a gun, nonsense, utter nonsense. The good news about the PICS system also is it does not suffer the Charleston loophole. Instead of a default when we can't get an answer of yes or no, a default to, okay, yeah, we'll sell you the gun, as in Charleston, there's no default. The default is to no, and the purchaser must appeal and find clarity in that background check. And so having said those things, and just being so proud that this committee is going to do something about this, that this Congress is going to do something about this, and it's because of all of you, I wanted to ask you, please, can you comment also on the efficacy of robust and complete background check systems?
Time of the lady has, of the gentlelady has expired. The witness may answer the question.
I would simply say that in states where we have robust regulation, states like Pennsylvania that have moved to fill some of the loopholes in federal law, states like California, Connecticut, New York, we are seeing a far greater reduction in gun violence and gun injuries. When you look at states with strong laws, you see much lower gun death rates. States with weak laws have much higher gun death rates. So we know that when states like Pennsylvania and others take action to fill those loopholes, gun violence and gun death in that state is reduced. It's not enough. We need a federal system that doesn't create a patchwork of laws. Something like H.R. 8 actually fills the gaps that lead to trafficking. The Iron Pipeline was mentioned before, up to states with stronger gun laws. So we do need that federal law. But in the meantime, without it, states are taking action and they're seeing positive results from it.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Seek unanimous consent to enter into the record the Pennsylvania Instant Check System report.
Without objection, the report will be entered into the record.
Thank you.
Time of the gentlelady has expired. Ms. McCarcel-Powell of Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you especially for holding such a critical hearing. I think it's been long overdue, the first hearing discussing the effects of gun violence in over a decade. Thank you to all the witnesses for being here with us this afternoon. As some of you may already know, the issue of gun violence is deeply personal to me. And unfortunately, it's very personal for too many Americans now. Gun violence is the leading cause of death in American children. And I want all of us to think about that just for one moment. Far more children die in this country because of a bullet than because of cancer. My father was a victim of gun violence. When I was 24 years old, I received a phone call. I was getting my master's degree to be told that my father had been shot and killed by a criminal with a gun. The pain that I feel when we discuss this issue here today, when I hear the news of the mass shootings in Parkland, Orlando, Vegas, is there. My father never had the chance to walk me down the aisle. He never met my children. And I want all of you to know that when I took the oath of office, I made a promise that I would not stop until we finally passed common sense gun reform, because I owe it to my father, I owe it to my sisters, to so many parents that have lost their children in my community, and I owe it to all of you here today. Sometimes people say that this tragedy happened in Ecuador and that this is America, so why should that matter in the context of gun violence here in the United States? And I can tell you why. The trauma inflicted upon families is always the same, no matter where you are in the world. We are united not by the place where we were born, but by our own personal experiences. My family was devastated in Ecuador, and so too were many family members in my community. And I want to remind all of you and tell you a little bit about someone that lost his life in my community. Carnell Williams Thomas was only 2 years old when he was playing outside of his apartment complex building. He was shot and killed by a stray bullet. I met his parents, who every day mourn the loss of their toddler, the mother knowing that every year that passes, she'll never be able to see him going through elementary school, graduating from middle school, high school. There are so many steps that we can take to address the source of gun violence across this country. Universal background checks will not prevent all deaths, but they are a very important first step. And I know that somehow it's changing, because when I see all of you here today, I know that finally we're going to be able to pass common sense gun reforms. I wanted to also just briefly answer to some of the comments that I've heard here today that are extremely offensive and insulting. I know that some people believe that the criminals that are killing and committing all these murders are immigrants. I am an immigrant, and the research is clear that immigrants are significantly less likely to commit crimes than US-born citizens, whether documented or undocumented. And I also want to remind that we need to be respectful of those who have lost their lives to gun violence. We have 2 people in Parkland who were immigrants, Martin Duque Anguiano and Joaquin Oliver. With that, I would like to ask Ms. Thomas, if you could just elaborate on, I know that you've done research on this topic, on the increase of mass shootings with assault weapons after the ban was lifted. If you can just talk to me a little bit about that research.
I'll just very briefly say that if you look at high fatality mass shootings, which are mass shootings of 6 people or more, in the years after the expiration of the assault weapon ban in 2004, high fatality mass shooting injuries went up by more than 200%. If you look at high fatality mass shootings during the time of the ban, those were down by almost 40%. So while it's difficult to measure the impact on a one-by-one basis, if you look at those mass shootings that really are the most impactful, there is a significant difference during the ban and since the ban took effect, and those numbers have continued to rise year after year after year. So we're seeing more and more of these types of shootings as these types of very lethal weapons proliferate more.
And have I?
Time of the gentlelady has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Does the gentleman have a unanimous consent request?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I ask that this UC Davis health study entitled "Study Does Not Find Population-Level Changes in Firearm Homicide or Suicide Rates in California, 10 years after comprehensive background check and violent misdemeanor policies enacted," be admitted without...
Without objection, the document will be admitted into the record. Mr. Liu of California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. According to the Center for Disease Control's latest figures, 109 people die from gun violence every day. That comes out to 9 people every 2 hours. So since this hearing has started, over 23 people in America have been shot and killed by guns. And no community is immune from gun violence. In my hometown of Torrance, 1 month ago, 3 people were killed at a bowling alley. In 2017, in Las Vegas, that mass shooting, a number of my constituents were killed. It does not have to be this way. And all of us are entitled to our opinions. I thank many of you here in this room for your advocacy and for the witnesses for being here. But when we legislate, we should do it on facts. So I'm just going to talk about some studies and then put them into the record. In 2018, researchers at Johns Hopkins University and UC Davis published a study called Association Between Firearm Laws and Homicide in Urban Counties, where they found that right to carry and stand your ground laws are associated with increases in firearm homicide, while permit to purchase laws and those prohibiting individuals convicted of violent misdemeanors have been associated with decreases in firearm homicide. Second study, in 2014, researchers at Johns Hopkins University published Effects of the Repeal of Missouri's Handgun Purchaser Licensing Law on Homicides. They found that the repeal of Missouri's permit to purchase law was associated with a 25% increase in firearm homicides. In 2018, researchers at New York Presbyterian Weill Cornell Medical Center published a study where they found that strong state firearm policies were associated with lower homicide rates, and strong interstate policies were also associated with lower homicide rates. They also found that strong firearm policies were associated with lower suicide rates as well. And then in 2017, researchers at Duke University did a study where they analyzed Connecticut's extreme risk law and found that for every 10 to 20 risk warrants issued, 1 suicide was prevented. And I would like to enter these into the record with unanimous consent.
Without objection, the documents will be entered into the record.
I do note that some of these studies do mention suicide. And if you look at the overwhelming number of gun deaths, they occur because of suicide. 3 in 5 gun deaths are a result of suicide. And my first question is to Dr. Saccharin. Wanted to see if you had any ideas or solutions how we could better address the number of people being killed by suicide by gun.
Yeah, so thank you for that question. When you look at suicides, and it's important when we're looking at deaths in general to really break up these different populations, because actually suicide deaths are primarily an older white male. And in this population specifically, there is an association from a mental health perspective. So, you know, some of the stuff that we're hearing about access to mental health is absolutely correct and it's true. But the way we have to approach this and think about this is from a systems perspective. And we can't just have one necessary solution. So another aspect is the extreme risk protection order policies that we've been talking about, enabling families and law enforcement to actually be proactive in preventing these from happening.
Thank you. Ms. Thomas, do you think extreme risk laws would help prevent suicides?
Absolutely. Extreme risk protective orders are intended to be used by law enforcement and family members, and very often family members have warning signs and indicators that a loved one is showing signs of distress or crisis, and they know often when their loved ones have guns. So being able to utilize that process to protect their loved ones from causing harm to themselves is an incredibly valuable tool for preventing suicides, along with things like safe storage laws.
Thank you. And let me conclude by noting that earlier in testimony, one of the Republican witnesses, Professor Malcolm, had stated that had shooter Cruz in Parkland been put on a background list, he would not have passed a background check and would not have gotten a gun. So Please, you acknowledge that the background system could have prevented him from getting a gun. I know that it wasn't quite accurate because Cruz could have walked into a gun show and gotten a gun. That's what H.R. 8 will do. It will prevent people from doing that. So I look forward to your support of H.R. 8. And with that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman, and Ms. Demings of Florida is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and to all of our witnesses, thank you so much for being here with us. I know it's been a long, long day. To the advocates and survivors and supporters in the audience, too, we appreciate you, and we appreciate you being here to hold us accountable. This is a tough subject, I think, for everybody, well, most people in the room. I spent 27 years as a law enforcement officer, and I served as the chief of police in Orlando. And I gotta tell you, I'm sick and tired of watching sons and daughters and husbands and wives and mothers and fathers die through gun violence by someone with a gun who should have never had a gun in their possession in the first place. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle can't tell me a dang on thing about rights. Because you know what? I can't help but think about the rights of the victims who died at the hands of someone with a gun who should have never had a gun in the first place. My goodness. In a country that we say is the greatest country in the world, we are 25 times more likely to be killed through gun violence. In a country that we say is the greatest country in the world, my God, you ought to be able to go to school, go to church, go to synagogue, go to a concert, go to a movie theater, go to a nightclub, not just in Orlando, but in any city in this country, and not have to worry about somebody walking in with a gun. Ronald Reagan, Republican president, said legislation would be worth passing if it meant even small reductions in gun violence. Which life? Tell me which life. If it saves one life, which life is not worth saving? Which life? And so I'm sick and tired of sitting here. I thank God that we're at least having a hearing, because we haven't had one in 8 years, and there's been a lot of talk about national emergencies and crises and national health emergency. Well, doggone it, when mass numbers of people die in this country, I would consider that, dang on it, and a national emergency. It's time. And Congress, we sit here with the ability and the power to do something. And history will not be kind to us if we continue to allow the gun lobby to buy us and sell us. Now is the time for change. If you don't have the guts or the courage to do something about this issue and send a message to the American people who desperately turn to us, then it's time for you to leave. It's really time for you to leave. And I want to talk to my law enforcement colleagues, I still consider you colleagues, and to the emergency room doctor. You deal with this every day. You've not only had to break bad news to families whose loved ones weren't out doing the wrong thing, they were in the right place, a place they had the right to be, doing the right thing. Not only have you had to break that bad news, but you've also had to bury your own because they died as the result of someone who shouldn't have had a gun in the first place. I talked to an emergency room doctor after Pulse who shared to me the difference in the victims who were shot with an assault rifle versus those with a handgun. Chances of survival are almost zero when you're shot with an assault rifle. So please, in the little time we have left, Major in Chief, if you would please just talk about gun violence in your community and why this issue is so important to you, and then we'll end with the doctor.
Thank you for that, those comments. They're just really well taken. But I just want to just say real quickly, it is a scourge. It is ongoing. It is daily. And in our city, one of the problems we're having now is the Department of Justice legal team decided that fugitives can't be in the system. So we have 500,000 people that we know are wanted for a serious crime that would make them prohibited purchasers. And let me give you the example of that, how that can get women and children killed. My people go to a house, they find a woman that's been abused, the perpetrator of the crime's not there, we go out, we get a warrant, and if we can't enter that person into the system, that individual can go out, buy a firearm, come back and finish the job. And so there are a lot of loopholes that you're addressing. I just want to tell you all, thank you for your courage and thank you for speaking out. And again, I love prayers, I welcome prayers, but like I've said before, the American people, my mayor has me in my job to fight crime, and I think the American people have elected you not to just pray, but to actually lead and pass legislation that will save lives.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. I just wanted to mention real quick, I have 13 deputies in my unit, and in 2015, they recovered 65 guns, 2016, 67 guns, 2017, 51 guns, 2018, 81 guns. So I find that these numbers continue to increase, and I just try to keep them encouraged. 13 people serving protective orders.
Thank you.
Thank you. This concludes today's hearing. I want to thank our distinguished witnesses for attending. I want to thank the members of the audience for the most part, observing the decorum of the committee on a very emotional issue. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witnesses or additional materials for the record. With that, the hearing is adjourned.
Let's connect them both.